October 2023, Austin, Texas. The phone call came at 2:47 p.m. on a Tuesday that had started like any other. "Mr. Musk, this is Hawthorne Academy. We need you to come to the school immediately. It's about your son Xavier. It's urgent." 15 minutes later, Elon Musk's Tesla screeched into the school parking lot, tires crunching on gravel as he parked at an awkward angle and strode toward the entrance without bothering to straighten it. Inside Principal Margaret Chen's office, 13-year-old Xavier sat frozen in a wooden chair, his hands gripping his knees so tightly his knuckles had turned white. The evidence was spread across the desk between them, printed pages of computer logs, IP addresses, timestamps. All of it pointing to one undeniable truth. Xavier had hacked the school's grade database, changed 5 students' grades, broken the law, and now everything was about to change. Principal Chen's voice was ice cold as she delivered the verdict. "Xavier Musk, effective immediately, you are expelled from Hawthorne Academy." Xavier's world shattered in that moment. But he had no idea that his father's arrival would turn his worst day into something far more complicated, a chain of events that would change not just his life, but the lives of dozens of students he'd never met. This is the story of what happened next. Xavier Musk sat perfectly still in the hard wooden chair, his hands gripping his knees so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The principal's office at Hawthorne Academy smelled like old books and lemon cleaner, but Xavier barely noticed. His heart hammered in his chest like a drum solo he couldn't control. Principal Margaret Chen sat across from him at her massive oak desk, her silver-streaked hair pulled back in a tight bun. Her face looked like it had been carved from stone. No smile, no warmth, nothing but disappointment. Xavier had seen that look before on teachers' faces, but never this bad. "Xavier," Principal Chen said slowly, placing her reading glasses on the desk, "do you understand why you're here?" Xavier nodded. His mouth felt too dry to speak. Through the window behind Principal Chen, he could see other students walking to their next class, laughing and talking like it was a normal Tuesday. For them, it was. For Xavier, everything was falling apart. "I need you to answer out loud, please," Principal Chen continued. "Yes, ma'am," Xavier managed to whisper. "The computer system, the grades." "The grades," Principal Chen repeated, picking up a folder thick with printed papers. "3 days ago, someone accessed our school database using Mr. Harper's administrative password. That person changed grades for 5 students in your computer science class. All 5 of those students were failing. After the changes, all 5 were passing." Xavier's stomach twisted. When he'd done it on Saturday night, sitting in his room with his laptop, his fingers flying across the keyboard, it had felt like the right thing to do. Like he was fixing a mistake. Like he was helping someone who really, really needed help. Now, sitting here, it felt different. It felt wrong and scary and like the biggest mistake of his entire 13 years of life. "The IP address traces directly back to your school-issued laptop," Principal Chen said, pulling out another paper. "Our IT security director, Mr. Kim, confirmed it this morning. He also found your digital fingerprints all over the access logs." Xavier wanted to explain. He wanted to tell Principal Chen that he wasn't helping himself. His own grades were perfect, straight A's in every class. He wanted to tell her about Lily, about the scholarship, about how unfair the whole system was. But his throat felt tight and the words wouldn't come. "Xavier, I've been principal of Hawthorne Academy for 17 years, Principal Chen said, leaning forward. "I've seen many things. Students who cheat, students who lie, students who steal. But hacking into our computer system," she shook her head, "that's a first." "I didn't mean to," Xavier started, then stopped. That wasn't true. He'd meant to do exactly what he did. He just hadn't meant to get caught, or maybe he hadn't thought about getting caught at all. "You didn't mean to what? Break the law?" Because accessing a secure computer system without authorization is illegal, Xavier. Not just against school rules, actually illegal. Xavier felt tears burning behind his eyes, but he refused to let them fall. He was 13, not a little kid. He wouldn't cry, he wouldn't. "I'm going to ask you a question, and I need you to answer honestly," Principal Chen said. Her voice was stern but not mean. "Did someone put you up to this? Did another student ask you to hack the system for them?" "No," Xavier said quickly. "That part was easy to answer. Nobody asked me to do anything. It was my idea." "Why?" Principal Chen asked. "Why would you risk your entire academic future to change other students' grades? What could possibly be worth that?" Xavier looked down at his sneakers, the black Nikes his dad had bought him last month. They were supposed to be for soccer practice, but Xavier had been too busy with coding projects to actually play soccer. Everything in his life felt backwards lately. Too much to do, too many expectations, too many rules that didn't make sense. "Xavier," Principal Chen prompted. "Someone was going to lose their scholarship," Xavier said quietly, still looking at his shoes. "Because of one grade in one class. It wasn't fair." "Life isn't always fair," Principal Chen replied. "That doesn't give you the right to break the rules." But the rule was stupid. Xavier's head snapped up, and suddenly all the words he'd been holding back came rushing out. "Lily works harder than anyone in our whole grade. She stays after school every day for help. She studies during lunch. She's brilliant at so many things. But one C+ in computer science, one class that has nothing to do with what she wants to do with her life, would have taken away her scholarship. Her family can't afford Hawthorne without the scholarship. She would have had to leave. How is that fair?" Principal Chen's expression didn't change. "So you decided to play God with the grading system." "I decided to help someone," Xavier shot back, surprising himself with his own boldness. "Isn't that what we're supposed to do? Help people? Not by breaking the law. Then the law should be different." They stared at each other across the desk. Outside, a bell rang. Fourth period was ending. Soon it would be lunch, and Xavier's stomach would normally be growling for the cafeteria's pizza. Today, he felt like he might never eat again. Principal Chen stood up and walked to the window, her back to Xavier. "I spoke with the school board this morning. Given the severity of this breach, they've made a decision." Xavier's heart stopped. This was it. This was the moment that would define everything. "Xavier Musk, effective immediately, you are expelled from Hawthorne Academy." The words hit Xavier like a physical punch. Expelled, not suspended, not detention, not even a week of in-school punishment. Expelled, gone, finished. "You'll need to clear out your locker today. Your transcripts will be marked with the disciplinary action. Your parents will need to find another school for you to attend." Xavier couldn't breathe. All he could think about was his dad, his brilliant, famous, busy dad who was probably in the middle of some important meeting about rockets or electric cars or saving the world. And now Xavier would have to tell him that he'd gotten kicked out of school, that he'd failed, that he'd messed up so badly that there was no fixing it. "Mrs. Rodriguez," Principal Chen called toward the door. The administrative assistant, a kind-faced woman with curly brown hair, stepped into the office. She looked at Xavier with sympathy in her eyes, which somehow made everything worse. "Please call Xavier's father. Tell him he needs to come to the school immediately." Mrs. Rodriguez nodded and disappeared into the outer office. Through the open door, Xavier could hear her voice. "Hello, this is Mrs. Rodriguez from Hawthorne Academy calling for Elon Musk. Yes, it's urgent. It's about his son Xavier. We need him to come to the school right away." Principal Chen returned to her desk and sat down. "Your father works at SpaceX headquarters, correct? That's about 15 minutes from here." Xavier nodded miserably. "Then he should be here soon. We'll wait." The silence that followed felt like it lasted forever. Xavier could hear the clock on the wall ticking. He could hear students' voices echoing in the hallway. He could hear his own heartbeat pounding in his ears. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably only 2 minutes, Xavier whispered, "Principal Chen." "Yes. I didn't do it to cheat. I didn't change my own grades. I didn't help myself at all." "I know," Principal Chen said, and for the first time, her voice softened just a tiny bit. "That's the only reason we're waiting for your father instead of calling the police." Xavier's eyes went wide. The police. He hadn't even thought about the police. "I did it to help someone," Xavier said again, his voice breaking. "I did it to help Lily." Principal Chen looked at him for a long moment. Then she said something that Xavier would think about for the rest of his life. "Good intentions don't erase bad actions, Xavier. Remember that." Outside in the parking lot, tires crunched on gravel. A car door slammed. Through the window, Xavier saw a familiar figure striding toward the school entrance. His father was here. Xavier took a deep breath and prepared for everything in his life to change forever. Xavier heard his father's footsteps in the hallway before he saw him. They were quick and purposeful, the walk of someone who had a million things to do and was squeezing in one more emergency. The door to the principal's office opened, and there he was. Elon Musk looked exactly like he always did when he came from work: slightly rumpled button-down shirt, jeans, Tesla running shoes that had seen better days. His hair stuck up a little bit on one side, like he'd been running his hands through it during a stressful meeting. He probably had been. But what struck Xavier most was his father's face. Elon's eyes found Xavier immediately, scanning him like he was checking for injuries. When he saw Xavier was physically okay, something in his expression shifted. Not anger exactly, something harder to read. Worry maybe, or disappointment. Xavier wasn't sure which would be worse. "Xavier," Elon said simply, just his name, nothing else. "Hi, Dad," Xavier managed, his voice coming out smaller than he'd intended. Principal Chen stood up immediately, extending her hand across the desk. "Mr. Musk, thank you for coming so quickly. I'm Margaret Chen, the principal. We spoke briefly at the parent orientation in September." Elon shook her hand, but his eyes kept darting back to Xavier. "What happened? Your assistant said it was urgent but didn't give details. Is my son okay?" "Physically, yes. But we have a serious situation that requires immediate attention and your involvement." Elon finally looked directly at Principal Chen. "What kind of situation?" "Perhaps you should sit down," Principal Chen suggested, gesturing to the empty chair next to Xavier. "I'd rather stand," Elon said. Then he seemed to reconsider, glancing at Xavier's pale face. "Actually, no, you're right." He sat down heavily in the chair, and Xavier caught a whiff of coffee and something electronic like circuits and solder. The smell of SpaceX, the smell of his dad's world. Principal Chen returned to her own chair and folded her hands on the desk. "Mr. Musk, I'll be direct. 3 days ago, someone hacked into our school's grade database and altered multiple student records. Our IT security team traced the breach to Xavier's school laptop. The evidence is conclusive." Xavier watched his father's face carefully. Elon didn't react with shock or denial. Instead, his eyes narrowed slightly, the same look he got when engineers presented him with a technical problem that needed solving. "Hacked," Elon repeated slowly. "Can you define what you mean by that?" "Someone used a teacher's administrative password to access our secure grading system and changed 5 students' grades from failing to passing." "And you're certain it was Xavier?" "The IP address, the device fingerprint, the access timestamps, all point to your son's laptop. Mr. Kim, our IT director, is prepared to show you the technical evidence if you'd like to review it." Elon turned to Xavier. Did you do this?" Xavier's throat felt tight. He wanted to lie. He wanted to say it was a mistake or someone else used his laptop or literally anything except the truth. But his father was looking at him with those intense eyes that seemed to see through everything, and Xavier found he couldn't lie to him. "Yes," Xavier whispered. "Why?" "I'll explain in a moment," Principal Chen interrupted. "But first, Mr. Musk, you need to understand the severity. This isn't just a school violation. Unauthorized access to a computer system is a criminal offense under federal law. We could involve the police." For the first time, Elon's calm expression cracked. "The police? He's 13 years old. And he committed a serious crime. He's a kid who apparently used someone's password. That's hardly the same as breaking into the Pentagon. The law doesn't distinguish based on the target's importance, Mr. Musk." Xavier watched this exchange like a tennis match, his head turning back and forth. His father was defending him. That realization brought a tiny spark of relief to his chest, even though everything else was still terrible. "Have you called the police?" Elon asked directly. "Not yet. We wanted to speak with you first. Given your prominence in the community, we thought it was appropriate to handle this directly with the family before involving law enforcement." Something flickered across Elon's face, something that might have been irritation. How generous. Principal Chen's expression hardened. "Mr. Musk, I understand this is difficult, but Hawthorne Academy has a reputation to maintain. We cannot allow students to hack our systems, regardless of who their parents are." "I'm not asking you to allow it," Elon said. "I'm asking you to explain what happened before we start talking about police and criminal records for a 13-year-old. Xavier had seen his father in business mode before, on television interviews, in YouTube videos of Tesla shareholder meetings. But seeing it in person, directed at protecting him, was different. It was fierce and focused and a little bit scary. Principal Chen took a breath, clearly trying to maintain her composure. "Xavier, would you like to explain to your father why you did this?" All eyes turned to Xavier. His mouth went dry again. How could he explain it in a way that made sense? In a way that didn't sound like he was just making excuses? "There's a girl in my computer science class," Xavier started. "Her name is Lily Martinez. She's really smart and works super hard, but she's not good at computer science. It's just not how her brain works, you know. She's more creative. She wants to be an architect." Elon listened without interrupting, his face unreadable. "Lily is here on a scholarship. A full scholarship because her family doesn't have a lot of money. But the scholarship has these really strict rules. If your GPA drops below a certain number, you lose it. And one C+ in computer science would have dropped her GPA just enough that she'd lose everything." "So you changed her grade," Elon said. "It wasn't a question." "I changed 5 people's grades," Xavier admitted. "So it wouldn't be obvious it was just for Lily. I thought that would be, I don't know, less suspicious. But I was trying to help her. She was going to have to leave Hawthorne, leave all her friends, go back to a school that doesn't have the same opportunities. And it was all because of one class that doesn't even matter for what she wants to do with her life." "Did Lily ask you to do this?" Elon asked. "No, she has no idea. I mean, she probably knows now because her grade changed, but she didn't ask me. She wouldn't. She's too honest." Principal Chen interjected. "The other 4 students whose grades were changed, do you even know their names?" Xavier hesitated. "I know 2 of them. The other 2 I just saw were failing when I looked at the system. I figured if they were struggling that much, they probably needed help too." "So you played God with the entire class's grades," Principal Chen said sharply. "I was trying to help people." Xavier's voice rose, surprising everyone, including himself. "Isn't that what school is supposed to teach us? To help each other, to care about people who are struggling." "Not by breaking the law," Principal Chen replied. "Then maybe the law is wrong." Xavier, Elon said quietly, and something in his tone made Xavier stop immediately. Not anger, something else. That's enough. Xavier slumped back in his chair, feeling tears threatening again. He'd messed up. He'd messed up so badly, and now his dad was here, missing important work, dealing with his stupid mistakes. Elon turned back to Principal Chen. You said Xavier is expelled. Is that decision final? The school board made that determination this morning. Given the nature of the offense, they felt it was the only appropriate response. I see. Elon was quiet for a moment, his fingers drumming on the arm of the chair, a habit Xavier recognized. His father was thinking, processing, calculating options. And the police? We're prepared to let the family handle this internally, provided certain conditions are met. What conditions? Xavier must leave Hawthorne immediately. He'll receive his transcripts with the disciplinary action noted, and he must write a formal apology to the school, to Mr. Harper whose password he used, and to the students whose grades he altered. That's it. Elon's eyebrows rose. No police report, no criminal record, no charges, just an expulsion and some apology letters. Principal Chen shifted uncomfortably. We believe in restorative justice when possible, Mr. Musk. Xavier made a serious mistake, but he's also a 13-year-old with no prior disciplinary record. We don't want to destroy his future over one incident. Elon studied her carefully. Xavier could practically see his father's mind working, analyzing every word, every gesture. Finally, Elon said, "May I speak with my son privately for a few minutes?" Principal Chen looked surprised. "Mr. Musk, this is my office." "I understand, and I'm asking, respectfully, for 5 minutes alone with Xavier. You can wait right outside. We won't touch anything or go anywhere. I just need to talk to my son without an audience." Principal Chen and Elon locked eyes for a long moment. It was a battle of wills, the principal who ran her school like a tight ship, and the billionaire who was used to getting his way. Xavier held his breath. Finally, Principal Chen stood. 5 minutes. I'll be right outside." She walked to the door, her heels clicking on the tile floor. The door closed behind her with a soft click, and suddenly Xavier was alone with his father. The silence felt enormous. Elon turned his chair to face Xavier directly. When he spoke, his voice was soft, softer than Xavier had heard it in a long time. "X, look at me." Xavier forced himself to meet his father's eyes. They weren't angry. They were sad, and somehow that was worse. "Tell me the truth," Elon said. "Did you do this because you wanted to impress someone, or because you thought it would be fun, or because you were showing off what you could do?" "No," Xavier said immediately. "I did it because Lily was crying in the library and she told me she was going to lose her scholarship, and I couldn't let that happen. It wasn't fair, Dad. She works so hard, harder than anyone, and one stupid class was going to ruin everything for her." Elon nodded slowly. "And you didn't think about the consequences, about what would happen if you got caught?" Xavier looked down. "I thought I wouldn't get caught. I was careful, or I thought I was being careful. I guess I wasn't as smart as I thought." "Intelligence and wisdom are different things," Elon said. "You're brilliant. You can code better than most adults. But that doesn't mean you know how to make good decisions yet." "I know," Xavier whispered. "I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry." Elon reached over and put his hand on Xavier's shoulder. The touch was warm and solid and made Xavier feel like maybe, just maybe, everything would somehow be okay. "We'll figure this out," Elon said. "But you have to understand what you did was wrong, even if your reasons were good, even if Lily really did need help. There were other ways to handle this. Better ways." "Like what?" Xavier asked desperately. Nobody was listening to her. The scholarship rules are stupid and unfair and nobody cares. Then you make them care, Elon said. You speak up, you organize, you change the system. You don't just hack it in the middle of the night and hope nobody notices. But that takes too long. Lily needed help now. Some problems don't have quick solutions. That's one of the hardest lessons you'll ever learn. They sat in silence for a moment. Outside, Xavier could hear students talking in the hallway, their voices muffled but present. Normal life continuing while his world fell apart. Am I going to jail? Xavier asked quietly. No, Elon said firmly. I promise you you're not going to jail, we'll handle this. But you're going to have to face consequences, real ones. And I can't make them disappear just because I'm your dad and I have money. Do you understand? Xavier nodded, even though he wasn't entirely sure he did understand. His father could do anything. He built rockets that went to space. He made electric cars that everyone wanted. He had billions of dollars. Surely he could fix this. But looking at his father's serious expression, Xavier realized that maybe this time was different. Maybe this time money and fame couldn't solve the problem. Maybe this time Xavier would have to face what he'd done. Okay, Xavier said softly. Elon squeezed his shoulder once more, then let go and stood up. Come on. Let's get Principal Chen back in here and figure out what happens next. He walked to the door and opened it. Principal Chen was standing just outside, looking impatient. Thank you for the time, Elon said. We're ready to continue. As Principal Chen walked back into her office and everyone returned to their seats, Xavier took a deep breath. His father was here. Whatever happened next, at least he wasn't alone. That had to count for something. Principal Chen settled back into her chair and straightened the papers on her desk. Xavier noticed her hands were shaking slightly. Even she seemed nervous with his father in the room. Mr. Musk, as I mentioned, Xavier is expelled effective immediately. He'll need to gather his belongings from his locker today. We'll prepare his transcripts, though I must note they will include documentation of this disciplinary action. Elon nodded but said nothing. His face had returned to that unreadable expression Xavier knew so well, the CEO face, his mom called it. We'll also need those written apologies within 1 week, Principal Chen continued. And Mr. Musk, I strongly suggest you have Xavier speak with a counselor about appropriate behavior and decision-making. This level of... We'll handle it, Elon interrupted quietly. Is there anything else? Principal Chen looked slightly taken aback. No, that covers everything. Mrs. Rodriguez has prepared the withdrawal paperwork. You'll need to sign it before you leave. Fine, Elon stood up. Xavier, get your things. I'll meet you at the front office in 10 minutes. Xavier scrambled to his feet, grateful for an excuse to leave the suffocating office. As he reached the door, he heard his father's voice behind him. Principal Chen, one more thing. Xavier paused in the doorway, listening. The student Xavier was trying to help, Lily Martinez. What happens to her scholarship? Principal Chen's voice was careful. That's confidential, Mr. Musk. I can't discuss other students' academic standing with you. Of course not. I'm just curious. Does she keep the changed grade, or does it revert back to what it was before? There was a long pause. We're reviewing the situation. Which means she loses the scholarship. Mr. Musk, I really can't. Right, confidential, I understand. Elon's voice was flat, emotionless. Come on, Xavier. Xavier walked quickly through the administrative offices, his father right behind him. Students in the hallway stopped and stared as they passed. Everyone knew who Elon Musk was. By tomorrow, everyone would know Xavier had been expelled. The thought made his stomach twist. His locker was in the science wing, past the chemistry labs and the robotics room where he'd spent so many happy afternoons. Xavier spun the combination, 24158, and the door swung open. Inside were his textbooks, a jacket, a half-eaten granola bar, and a framed photo of him and his siblings from last Christmas. He pulled out his backpack and started stuffing things inside. His hands were shaking. "Need help?" Elon asked quietly. "I got it," Xavier mumbled. Other students walked past, pretending not to look but definitely looking. Xavier heard whispers. "That's Xavier Musk." "Is that really Elon? Why are they here during class?" "I heard he got expelled." News traveled fast. Xavier grabbed the last textbook and slammed the locker door shut. Done. They walked back to the front office in silence. Mrs. Rodriguez had the paperwork ready. Elon signed where she indicated, his signature, just a scribble really, making everything official. Xavier Musk was no longer a student at Hawthorne Academy. "Good luck, Xavier," Mrs. Rodriguez said softly as they turned to leave. There was genuine kindness in her voice, and it made Xavier's eyes burn with tears again. "Thank you," he managed to whisper. The parking lot was half empty, most students still in their fourth period classes. Elon's Tesla Model S sat at an odd angle near the entrance. He'd clearly parked in a hurry and not bothered to straighten it out. Xavier had always loved his dad's cars. This one was matte black, sleek and futuristic looking. But today, walking toward it with his backpack full of his expelled student belongings, it just looked like a vehicle that would take him away from everything he knew. Elon clicked the key fob and the doors unlocked with a soft beep. Xavier climbed into the passenger seat and immediately pulled out his phone, desperate for something to focus on besides the disaster his life had become. "Phone away," Elon said as he started the car. "Dad, I just—" "Away, we need to talk and you're going to actually listen." Xavier reluctantly put his phone in the center console. The car pulled smoothly out of the parking lot, the electric motor silent except for a soft hum. They turned onto the main road heading back toward downtown Austin. For a few minutes, neither of them spoke. Xavier watched the familiar landscape pass by, the taco restaurant where his class had celebrated the end of seventh grade, the park where they'd had field day, the library where he'd studied with Lily just last week. It all felt like it belonged to someone else's life now. "You hungry?" Elon asked suddenly. Xavier shook his head. "Me neither." Elon drummed his fingers on the steering wheel. "X, I need you to understand something. What happened back there, that's going to follow you." "I know." "I don't think you do. When you apply to high schools, they'll ask about disciplinary actions. When you apply to colleges, they'll ask. Your transcripts will show an expulsion for computer hacking. That's not going to just disappear." Xavier slumped lower in his seat. "So my whole life is ruined because I tried to help someone." "Your life isn't ruined, don't be dramatic. But yes, there are consequences, real ones. I can't make a phone call and erase this." "You make phone calls and change things all the time," Xavier muttered. Elon glanced at him sharply. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing, just, you're Elon Musk, you can do anything." "That's what you think, that I just snap my fingers and problems disappear." Xavier didn't answer. Elon was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was different, softer, almost sad. "X, do you know how many times I've failed? How many things I've tried that didn't work?" "I guess." "No, you don't guess. You know the success stories because those are what people talk about. But let me tell you about some failures. The first 3 SpaceX rockets, they exploded. Boom. Millions of dollars gone, years of work destroyed. People said I was crazy, that private space flight was impossible." Xavier had heard some of this before, but never in this tone. His father sounded tired. "Tesla almost went bankrupt in 2008. We were weeks away from shutting down completely. I put every dollar I had into keeping it alive. My first marriage fell apart. My second marriage fell apart. There are people who hate me on the internet every single day. Do you think I just snap my fingers and make that stuff go away?" No, Xavier admitted quietly. I can't fix everything, X, and even when I can fix things, it usually takes years and costs everything I have. What you did today, hacking that system, I can't undo it. I can hire lawyers. I can make sure you don't get criminal charges. I can probably find you another school. But I can't make it like it never happened. That's not how consequences work. They stopped at a red light. A woman in the car next to them looked over, did a double take when she recognized Elon, and quickly looked away. Xavier wondered if she was judging them, if she somehow knew about the expulsion. I'm sorry, Xavier said for what felt like the 100th time that day. I know you are, but being sorry doesn't change what happened. The light turned green and they continued driving. Xavier recognized the route. They were heading toward his father's office at the Tesla Gigafactory in Austin, not toward home. Are we going to your work? Xavier asked. I need to grab something. You can wait in the car. They drove past the Colorado River, its water sparkling in the October sunlight. Austin was beautiful this time of year. Not too hot anymore, the oppressive Texas summer finally giving way to fall. Xavier had always loved this city. His father had moved the family here from California 2 years ago, and despite the adjustment, Xavier had grown to love the slower pace, the friendly people, the feeling of space and possibility. Now he wondered if they'd have to leave again. Find a new city where nobody knew about his expulsion, start over somewhere else. Dad, Xavier asked hesitantly. Yeah. What's going to happen to Lily? Elon didn't answer immediately. He changed lanes, passing a slow-moving truck before speaking. I don't know. They're reviewing the situation, which probably means they're going to revert the grades back to what they were originally, which means she'll lose the scholarship. That's not fair. Life usually isn't. But you could help her. Xavier sat up straighter, an idea forming. You could pay for her scholarship yourself. You donate money to schools all the time. I've seen the articles. It's not that simple. Why not? You have money, she needs money. That seems pretty simple to me. Elon sighed, a sound full of frustration and something else Xavier couldn't identify. X, if I swoop in and pay for Lily's tuition because you got caught hacking to help her, what does that teach you? That it's good to help people. No, it teaches you that you can break the rules and Daddy will clean up your mess. It teaches you that money solves everything. It teaches you that there are no real consequences if you're rich enough. Xavier processed this. But Lily didn't do anything wrong. Why should she suffer because I messed up? She shouldn't, you're right about that. But me throwing money at the problem isn't the solution. Not this time. They pulled into the parking lot of the Tesla facility, a massive complex of buildings where some of the world's most advanced electric vehicles were designed and built. Usually, Xavier felt proud seeing the Tesla logo. Today, it just reminded him of how big his father's world was, and how small his own problems probably seemed in comparison. Elon parked in his reserved spot near the main entrance. Stay here. Lock the doors. I'll be back in 5 minutes. He got out and Xavier heard the automatic locks click. Through the windshield, he watched his father walk quickly into the building. People recognized him immediately, employees waving, calling out greetings. Elon responded with quick nods but didn't slow down. Xavier was alone with his thoughts for the first time since sitting in Principal Chen's office. His phone was still in the center console, buzzing periodically with texts. He picked it up and looked at the screen. 15 messages. Most from classmates. Dude, what happened? Are you okay? Is it true you got expelled? My mom said your dad came to school. And then one from a number he didn't recognize. Thank you. I don't know what to say except thank you. Please call me. Lily. Xavier stared at Lily's message. She knew, of course she knew. She'd seen her grade change from a C+ to a B. She'd probably been confused at first, then relieved, then suspicious. And now, after word spread about his expulsion, she'd connected the dots. He started typing a response, then stopped. What could he possibly say? "You're welcome for ruining my life to help you." That sounded bitter. It was nothing. That was a lie. It was definitely something. Before he could decide, the driver's door opened and Elon slid back in, holding a tablet and what looked like a folder of papers. "What's that?" Xavier asked. "Work stuff. I have calls I can't miss." Elon glanced at Xavier's phone. "Put that away. We're not done talking." Xavier set the phone down reluctantly. "Where are we going now?" "Home. I cleared my afternoon." "You cleared your afternoon?" Xavier repeated, surprised. His father almost never cleared his schedule. There were always meetings, always calls, always something urgent that needed his attention. "You're more important than a board meeting," Elon said simply, starting the car. They pulled back onto the highway. The Austin skyline rose in the distance. The Capitol building, the new high-rises, the construction cranes that seemed to be everywhere as the city grew. Xavier had read that Austin was one of the fastest-growing cities in America. Everyone wanted to live here now. Everyone except him, apparently. "Dad," Xavier asked quietly, "are you disappointed in me?" Elon didn't answer right away. He merged onto the highway, accelerating smoothly into traffic. The silence stretched out so long that Xavier thought maybe his father hadn't heard the question. Finally, Elon spoke. "I'm not disappointed in you, I'm disappointed in the situation. There's a difference." "What does that mean?" "It means you had good intentions. You saw someone struggling and wanted to help. That instinct is good. That empathy is important. But the method you chose, that was wrong. And now you're facing consequences that are going to impact your life for a long time." Xavier blinked back tears. "I just wanted to help her." "I know, and that matters. But intentions aren't enough. The world doesn't give you credit for meaning well if you break the law or hurt people in the process." "I didn't hurt anyone." "You hurt yourself. You hurt your future opportunities. You hurt the trust between you and your school. You potentially hurt Lily by putting her in this position where people will always wonder if she deserved that changed grade." Elon glanced at Xavier. "Helping people is complicated. It's messier than you think." They drove in silence for another minute. Xavier watched the city pass by through the window, feeling like everything familiar was somehow different now. Changed, like he was seeing it all through different eyes. "What happens now?" Xavier asked. Now we go home, you write those apology letters, we figure out your schooling options. And Elon's voice was firm. "We talk about why rules exist, even when they seem unfair, because you need to understand that before anything else." Xavier nodded, even though he wasn't sure he agreed. Some rules really were stupid, but maybe this wasn't the time to argue. As they turned onto their street, Xavier's phone buzzed again. Another text from Lily. "Please, I need to talk to you." Xavier showed his father the screen. "What should I tell her?" Elon read the message, his expression thoughtful. "Tell her the truth. Tell her you'll call her when things settle down. Tell her you're sorry for putting her in this position." "But I'm not sorry for trying to help her." "No," Elon agreed quietly. "But you should be sorry for the way you did it. There's a difference." They pulled into the driveway of their house, a large but not ostentatious home on a quiet street. Xavier had loved this house when they first moved in. Now it felt like a prison where he'd be stuck while all his friends continued their lives without him. Elon turned off the car but didn't immediately get out. Look at me." Xavier turned to face his father. "This isn't the end of your life. It feels like it right now, I know, but it's not. You're 13. You have so much ahead of you. This is a setback, a serious one, but you're going to get through it." "How do you know?" Because you're my son, Elon said simply. And Musks don't give up. We fail, we learn, we try again. That's what we do. For the first time since the nightmare began, Xavier felt a tiny spark of hope. Maybe his father was right. Maybe this wasn't the end. But as they walked into the house, Xavier couldn't shake the feeling that everything had changed. That the person who'd woken up that morning, confident, comfortable, sure of his place in the world, was gone. And he had no idea who he was supposed to be now. Xavier dropped his backpack in the front hallway and stood there, uncertain. The house was quiet, too quiet. Usually there would be at least one of his siblings around, or a nanny, or someone. But right now it felt empty and strange. "Kitchen," Elon said, walking past him. "We need to talk properly." Xavier followed his father through the living room to the large kitchen at the back of the house. Sunlight streamed through the windows, making everything look too bright, too normal. How could the sun be shining when his entire world had just collapsed? Elon grabbed 2 glasses and filled them with water from the refrigerator. He handed one to Xavier and gestured to the kitchen table. "Sit." Xavier sat. The chair felt hard and uncomfortable, even though it was the same chair he'd sat in for breakfast that morning. Had that really been just a few hours ago? Elon sat across from him, taking a long drink of water before speaking. "Okay, here's what's going to happen. First, you're going to tell me everything. Every single detail about what you did, why you did it, and what you were thinking." "I already told you." "You told me the basics. Now I want the whole story. Start from the beginning." Xavier took a sip of water, buying time. Where was the beginning? When Lily cried in the library, when he first noticed she was struggling, when he decided to do something about it. "It started maybe 3 weeks ago," Xavier began slowly. "I noticed Lily seemed really stressed in computer science class. Mr. Harper was teaching us about databases and SQL, and she just looked completely lost. Like, everyone else was following along, but she kept raising her hand to ask questions." "And," Elon prompted, "and I could tell Mr. Harper was getting annoyed. You know how some teachers get when they have to explain things multiple times. He'd say stuff like, 'We covered this already,' or 'Pay attention and you'll understand.' But Lily was paying attention. She was trying so hard. The stuff just wasn't clicking for her." Xavier paused, remembering. "After class one day, I saw her staying late to ask Mr. Harper for extra help. I was putting away my laptop and heard them talking. She was asking about office hours, tutoring, anything that could help her understand better. Mr. Harper told her he didn't have time for extra sessions, but she could watch YouTube tutorials." "That's not great teaching," Elon observed. "Right. So I started noticing more. Lily would sit at lunch with her laptop, watching coding videos, looking completely frustrated. She'd stay after school in the library. She even came in during her free period to work on the assignments. But she was still failing." Xavier nodded. "She just couldn't get it. And honestly, it's not her fault. Computer science isn't for everyone. Lily's brain works differently. She's amazing at visual stuff, drawing, design, architecture. But asking her to think in code, it's like asking me to paint a masterpiece. We're just wired differently." Elon leaned back in his chair, listening intently. Xavier had his father's full attention in a way he rarely did. No phone buzzing, no distracted glances at his watch, just focus. "So then what happened?" 2 weeks ago, I was in the library after school. I was supposed to meet my study group, but they canceled, so I was just messing around on my laptop. And I heard someone crying. Like, trying to be quiet about it, but definitely crying." Xavier's throat tightened at the memory. It was Lily. She was in one of those study rooms with glass walls, and she had her head down on the table. "I almost didn't go over because, it's awkward, but she's my friend, sort of. We've talked before." "You went over," Elon said. "Yeah. I knocked on the glass and she looked up. Her face was all red and blotchy. She tried to act like everything was fine, but I asked if she was okay and she just broke down. Xavier could still see it clearly, Lily's face crumpling, tears streaming down her cheeks as she tried to explain between sobs. She told me everything. About her scholarship, about the GPA requirements, about how 1C+ in computer science would drop her below the threshold. She said her family came from Venezuela as refugees. They barely have enough money for rent and food. If she loses the scholarship, she has to leave Hawthorne and go back to her old public school. Which school? Johnston High. It's across town. She said it's not bad, but it doesn't have the same programs. No advanced art classes, no architecture mentorship, no college counselors who actually have time to help students. She said going back there would mean giving up on her dream of going to a good architecture program. Elon was quiet, processing. What did you say to her? I told her to talk to Mr. Harper, ask him to give her extra credit or something. She said she already tried. He said the grades are what they are, and he can't make exceptions. Then I suggested talking to Principal Chen about the scholarship rules. Maybe they could make an exception. And Lily said she tried that too. She met with the scholarship coordinator, some lady named Mrs. Patterson. Mrs. Patterson told her the rules are very clear. If your GPA drops below 3.5, you lose the scholarship. No exceptions. It's in the contract her parents signed. Xavier felt anger rising in his chest again, just like he'd felt that day in the library. It's such a stupid rule, Dad. Lily has a 3.7 overall. She's getting A's and B's in everything else. But because she's struggling in one class that has nothing to do with her future career, she loses everything. How is that fair? It's not, Elon said simply. But life often isn't fair. That doesn't give you the right to break the rules. Then what was I supposed to do? Just watch her lose everything? Yes, Elon said firmly. Sometimes you have to watch people face consequences of situations that aren't fair. That's part of life. Xavier stared at his father, shocked. That's horrible. It's reality. You can't save everyone, and trying to save people by breaking laws or rules just creates more problems. So you're saying I should have just let Lily fail, let her lose her scholarship and her future? I'm saying there were other options you didn't explore. Like what? Elon leaned forward. You could have offered to tutor her yourself. You're good at computer science. You could have helped her actually learn the material. Xavier opened his mouth to argue, then closed it. He hadn't thought of that. Or actually, he had thought of it, but it seemed too hard, too time-consuming. You could have organized other students to petition Mr. Harper for review sessions, Elon continued. If multiple students were struggling, there was strength in numbers. You could have talked to your other teachers about whether they'd be willing to speak on Lily's behalf to the scholarship committee. Character references showing her work ethic and dedication. Each suggestion felt like a small punch. Xavier hadn't done any of those things. He jumped straight to the easiest solution for him, fix it with technology, secretly, without having to deal with actual people or conversations or persuasion. You could have even talked to me, Elon said more softly, told me about the situation, asked if there was a way to help that didn't involve hacking. Would you have helped? I don't know, maybe, but you didn't give me the chance. Xavier slumped in his chair. Everything his father was saying made sense, which somehow made it worse. He'd been so convinced he was doing the right thing, the hero thing, but maybe he'd just been taking the easy way out. Tell me how you did it, Elon said. The technical details. Xavier explained the whole thing. How he'd been helping Mr. Harper fix his printer after class one day, Mr. Harper was hopeless with technology, which was ironic for a computer science teacher. While Xavier was bent down behind the desk untangling cables, he'd noticed a yellow post-it note stuck to the bottom of Mr. Harper's monitor. On it, in Mr. Harper's messy handwriting, was his username and password for the school system. "I didn't mean to memorize it," Xavier said. "But I have a good memory for that kind of stuff. Once I saw it, it just stuck in my brain." And then on Saturday night, everyone was asleep. I couldn't stop thinking about Lily crying in the library. So I logged into the school's grading portal using Mr. Harper's credentials. It was easy, too easy, honestly. Their security is terrible. Elon made a face. Most school security systems are. They don't have the budget for proper IT infrastructure. I found Lily's grade. She had a 68%, which is a D+. I changed it to an 82%, which is a B, just enough to keep her GPA above 3.5. And the other 4 students. Xavier shifted uncomfortably. I thought if only Lily's grade changed, it would be obvious someone had hacked the system to help her specifically. So I looked at the other failing students in the class and changed their grades too, made it look random, less suspicious. Which students? I don't remember all their names. 2 of them I knew, Marcus and Jennifer. The other 2 I'd never really talked to. So you changed the grades of students you didn't even know, without understanding their situations, or whether they deserved passing grades. Put like that, it sounded really bad. Xavier looked down at his hands. I guess so. Do you understand why that's a problem? Beyond the obvious illegality. Not really. Elon sighed. Those students now have grades they didn't earn. When they move on to the next computer science class, they'll be expected to have knowledge they don't actually have. They might struggle even more because everyone assumes they understand material they never learned. You didn't help them. You set them up for future failure. Xavier hadn't thought about that at all. He'd been so focused on helping Lily and covering his tracks that he hadn't considered the long-term implications for the other students. "And then what happened?" Elon asked. "Then I logged out and went to bed. I thought I'd been careful. I thought I'd covered my tracks." "But you didn't." "Obviously not." Xavier's voice was bitter. Monday morning, Mr. Harper noticed the grade changes. He called IT security. They traced everything back to my laptop through the IP address. "Did you use a VPN?" Xavier looked up, surprised. "You know what a VPN is?" Elon gave him a look. I started an internet company in the 1990s. Of course I know what a VPN is. Did you use one?" "No, I didn't think I needed to. I thought using Mr. Harper's credentials would be enough." "Amateur mistake," Elon said, and there might have been the tiniest hint of amusement in his voice. "If you're going to commit a crime, at least be good at it." "Dad." "I'm joking, sort of. The point is, you got caught because you didn't think through all the angles. You acted impulsively based on emotion rather than logic." "Since when is caring about people emotional?" "Caring isn't emotional, it's human. But letting that caring override your judgment and lead you to break laws, that's emotional thinking." Xavier wanted to argue, but he was too tired. Tired of defending himself. Tired of feeling like he'd done something terrible when his heart had been in the right place. "What happens to Lily now?" Xavier asked quietly. "I don't know. Principal Chen said they're reviewing the situation. My guess, they'll revert her grade back to what it was originally and she'll lose the scholarship." "Because of me." "Because of the rules. You're not responsible for the scholarship requirements, But I made it worse, didn't I? If I'd never changed her grade, maybe she could have talked to them, worked something out. But now they know someone hacked the system to help her, so they definitely can't make exceptions. It would look like they were rewarding what I did. Elon nodded slowly. That's possible, yes. Xavier put his head in his hands. I ruined everything, for her and for me. You made a bad choice with good intentions. That's different from ruining everything. They sat in silence for a moment. Xavier could hear the refrigerator humming, the clock ticking on the wall, cars passing on the street outside. Normal sounds. A normal day for everyone except him. What happens now? Xavier asked, lifting his head. Now you write those apology letters, then we figure out your schooling. We have options, private schools, homeschooling, online programs. But first, you need to take responsibility for what you did. I do take responsibility. I admitted everything. Admitting and taking responsibility are different things. Taking responsibility means understanding the full impact of your actions, feeling genuine remorse, and committing to making different choices in the future. Are you there yet? Xavier thought about it honestly. Was he sorry? Yes. Did he wish he hadn't done it? Sort of. But would he do it again if faced with the same situation? He wasn't sure. I don't know, he admitted quietly. Elon studied his son for a long moment. At least you're honest, that's a start. He stood up, stretching. I need to make some calls. You go upstairs, start working on those apology letters. I want to see drafts before dinner. Can I call Lily first? She texted me. She wants to talk. Elon considered this. What would you say to her? I don't know, that I'm sorry, that I was trying to help. Will that make her feel better or worse? Xavier hadn't thought about that. Worse, probably. Then maybe wait. Give both of you some time to process everything. You can call her tomorrow. Xavier nodded reluctantly and stood up. His legs felt shaky, like he'd been running a marathon instead of just sitting in a kitchen chair. As he headed toward the stairs, Elon called after him. X. Xavier turned. Yeah. I meant what I said. This isn't the end of your life. It's a chapter, a hard chapter, but you're going to get through it. Xavier managed a weak smile. Thanks, Dad. He climbed the stairs to his room and closed the door behind him. His laptop sat on his desk, closed and innocent-looking. That laptop, that tool he'd used so confidently, so recklessly, had changed everything. Xavier sat down at his desk and opened a blank document. Letter of apology to Principal Chen, he typed at the top. Then he stared at the blank screen, cursor blinking, and had no idea what to say. How do you apologize for something you'd been so certain was right? How do you express remorse when part of you still believed the rules were unfair and Lily deserved better? Xavier put his fingers on the keyboard and started typing. The words came slowly at first, then faster. He wrote about his actions, about breaking Mr. Harper's trust, about violating school policy. But he couldn't quite bring himself to say he regretted helping Lily. Because despite everything, the expulsion, the shame, the uncertainty of his future, he still believed she deserved a chance. And somehow that belief felt like both his biggest strength and his most dangerous weakness. Xavier stared at the cursor blinking on the screen. The apology letter to Principal Chen was only half finished, but his brain felt frozen. He couldn't write another word without feeling like a fake. His phone buzzed on the desk. Another text from Lily. Xavier, please. I know you're probably mad at me or don't want to talk, but I need to understand what happened. Everyone's saying you got expelled because of me. Xavier's chest tightened. She thought he was mad at her. That was backwards. He picked up his phone and finally typed a response. I'm not mad at you, not even a little bit. Can you talk now? The reply came immediately. Yes, please call me. Xavier glanced at his closed bedroom door. His dad had said to wait until tomorrow, but Lily was clearly upset. And wasn't she the person who deserved answers most? He pressed the call button. Lily answered on the first ring. Xavier. Her voice sounded thick, like she'd been crying. Hey, Lily. Oh my God, Xavier, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. The words came rushing out. I didn't know. I didn't ask you to do anything. When I saw my grade changed, I thought maybe Mr. Harper made a mistake or there was a grading curve or something. I never imagined. Lily, stop. This isn't your fault. Everyone's saying you hacked the school computer to change my grade. They're saying you got expelled because of me. I got expelled because of choices I made, not because of you. Lily was crying now. He could hear it in her voice. But why? Why would you do that? You could have just told me you were good at computers. You could have offered to tutor me. Why would you risk everything to change a grade? Xavier leaned back in his desk chair, staring at the ceiling. How could he explain it in a way that made sense? Do you remember 2 weeks ago in the library, when you were crying? Of course, Lily said quietly. You told me about your scholarship, about your family, about how one stupid grade in one stupid class was going to take away everything you'd worked for. I was having a bad day. I shouldn't have dumped all that on you. No, I'm glad you did. Because when you explained it all, about coming from Venezuela, about your mom working 2 jobs, about your little brother who has medical problems, it just seemed so unfair. Life is unfair, Lily said, echoing what every adult seemed to say. But it shouldn't be. You're one of the smartest people at Hawthorne. You've won art competitions. You volunteer at the homeless shelter every Saturday. You help other students with their homework even when you're struggling yourself. And all of that, all of you, was about to be erased because you're not good at coding. Lily was quiet for a moment. That's really nice of you to say. It's not nice, it's just true. Xavier sat forward, the words pouring out now. Computer science isn't for everyone. I'm good at it because my brain works that way. Everything is logic and patterns and systems. But your brain works differently. You think in shapes and colors and designs. That's not worse. It's just different. The scholarship committee doesn't see it that way. Exactly. That's the problem. They have this one-size-fits-all rule that treats everyone the same, even though everyone is different. You could be the next great architect, designing buildings that help people, creating homes for families who need them. But instead, you might lose everything because you can't write SQL queries. So you decided to fix it, Lily said softly. I decided to try. I know that sounds stupid now. It doesn't sound stupid, it sounds brave and kind of crazy, but mostly brave. Xavier felt unexpected tears in his own eyes. I messed everything up, Lily, for both of us. What do you mean, both of us? Xavier hesitated. His dad had said Principal Chen couldn't discuss other students' situations, but Lily deserved to know what was probably coming. They're reviewing what happened with the grades, which probably means they're going to change yours back to what it was before I hacked the system. Lily was silent. I'm sorry, Xavier continued. I thought I was helping, but I probably just made everything worse. Now you still lose the scholarship, but everyone knows someone tried to cheat for you, so there's no way they'll make exceptions. Oh, Lily's voice was small. I didn't think about that. I didn't either, not until my dad explained it. I'm not as smart as I thought I was. You're plenty smart, Xavier. You just cared too much to think clearly. They were both quiet for a moment. Xavier could hear background noise on Lily's end, someone speaking Spanish, maybe her mom or little brother. Can I tell you about Venezuela? Lily asked suddenly. Sure, if you want to. Lily took a shaky breath. Most Americans don't really understand what it's like there now. They know it's bad, but they don't know how bad. My dad was a doctor, a surgeon, and my mom was a civil engineer. We weren't rich, but we were comfortable. We had a nice apartment in Caracas. I went to a good school. We had food and electricity and running water. What happened? Everything collapsed. The government, it's complicated, but basically they destroyed the economy. Inflation got so crazy that money became almost worthless. My dad's salary as a doctor couldn't buy groceries for a week. People started leaving the country by the millions. Xavier had heard about the Venezuelan crisis on the news, but hearing it from someone who'd actually lived through it was different. We stayed as long as we could, Lily continued. My dad kept working at the hospital even though they could barely pay him. But then the hospital ran out of medicine, out of basic supplies. My dad watched patients die from things that would be easy to treat in any normal country. He came home crying some nights. That's horrible. My little brother Carlos, he has asthma. It's usually not a big deal, you just need an inhaler, right? But we couldn't find inhalers anywhere. The pharmacies were empty. Carlos started having really bad attacks. One night he almost died because we couldn't get him medicine. Xavier felt his stomach twist. That's when my parents decided we had to leave. We sold everything we owned, our furniture, my mom's jewelry, everything. We used the money to pay someone to help us get to Colombia, and from there, we applied for refugee status to come to the United States. How old were you? 10. Carlos was 5. It took 2 years to get approved. 2 years of living in a tiny apartment in Bogota, my parents doing whatever work they could find. My mom cleaned houses. My dad worked construction, even though he was a surgeon back home. Did you go to school? Sometimes, when we had money for it. Mostly I helped take care of Carlos while my parents worked. Lily's voice cracked. Xavier, do you know what it's like to be hungry? Really hungry. Not like I skipped lunch and I'm hungry. Like you haven't eaten a real meal in 3 days hungry. Xavier swallowed hard. No, I don't. We lived like that for months at a time. And the whole time my mom would tell me stories about America. She'd say, in America, if you work hard, you can succeed. In America, they care about talent and effort, not just whether your government is corrupt. In America, you can build a real future. And now you're here, Xavier said quietly. We got to Texas in 2021. I was 12. We had nothing, literally nothing except the clothes we were wearing and our refugee papers. The resettlement agency helped us find a tiny apartment. My parents both got jobs right away, but their Venezuelan credentials don't count here. My dad can't practice medicine. My mom can't work as an engineer. So my mom stocks shelves at Target and my dad does landscaping. Xavier tried to imagine his own parents, his brilliant, successful parents, having to do basic labor jobs despite their education and experience. He couldn't. But my mom was so happy when I got accepted to Hawthorne Academy on scholarship, Lily continued, and now she was crying again. She said, "This is it, Mija. This is the American dream we came here for. You're going to get an amazing education. You're going to go to college. You're going to become an architect and design beautiful buildings, and have the life we couldn't give you in Venezuela." You're still going to do that, Xavier insisted. Am I? If I lose the scholarship, I go back to Johnston High. It's not a bad school, but it's overcrowded and underfunded. No architecture mentorship program. No college counselors who know about top design schools. No advanced art classes. Just basic education. Then we'll figure something out. There has to be another way. Xavier, you got expelled trying to help me. You don't owe me anything else. You've already sacrificed too much. I'm not sacrificing, I'm fighting. For what? For what's fair. For what's right. For people like you who work harder than anyone and deserve a real chance. Lily made a sound that was half laugh, half sob. You sound like my mom. She talks the same way about fairness and justice and doing what's right. Your mom sounds smart. She is. She's the strongest person I know. Lily paused. Xavier, can I ask you something? Sure. Why do you care so much? I mean, we're friends, but we're not like best friends or anything. We eat lunch together sometimes. We talk in class, but you barely know me. Why would you risk your entire future for someone you barely know? Xavier thought about this carefully. It was a good question. He'd been asking himself the same thing. I don't know exactly, he admitted. Maybe because when you told me about your situation, I realized how lucky I am. My biggest problem is that my dad is too busy sometimes. I've never worried about food or medicine or whether I'd have a home. I've never had to leave my entire country behind and start over. And when I saw you crying in that library, working so hard and still failing through no fault of your own, it just felt wrong to do nothing. So you decided to do something illegal. I decided to do something that felt necessary. Whether it was legal or not didn't seem as important as making sure you didn't lose everything. That's really stupid, Lily said, but her voice was warm. I know. And really sweet. I'm not sweet. I'm impulsive and apparently not very good at hacking. Lily laughed, a real laugh this time. Your dad must be so mad. He's not mad exactly, more like disappointed, which is somehow worse. My mom would kill me if I did something like this. Speaking of your mom, does she know about the grade change and everything? Not yet. She's at work, but she'll find out soon. News travels fast in the Venezuelan community here. Someone's mom or cousin or friend will tell her that her daughter was involved in some kind of school scandal, and then I'll have to explain. I'm sorry, Xavier said again. I keep making things worse for you. Stop apologizing. You tried to help me. It didn't work out the way you hoped, but you tried. That matters. Xavier heard a door close on his end. His dad was probably checking to make sure he was working on the apology letters. He lowered his voice. Lily, I need to go, but I promise you we're going to figure this out. There has to be a way to fix this. Xavier, you can't fix everything. Watch me. Lily was quiet for a second. You really are crazy, you know that. I've been told. Thank you, Lily said softly, for caring, for trying, for being willing to sacrifice something for someone else. Nobody's ever done that for me before. Xavier felt his throat get tight. You deserve it. You deserve so much more than what's happening. Maybe, but what we deserve and what we get are usually two different things. Then let's change that. They said goodbye and Xavier set down his phone. His heart was pounding and his mind was racing. There had to be a solution. There had to be a way to help Lily that didn't involve breaking laws or making things worse. He just had to find it. Xavier turned back to his laptop and looked at the half-finished apology letter. Then he opened a new document and titled it, Ideas to Help Lily Legal Version. He started typing. Tutoring, offer to help her actually learn computer science. Talk to Mr. Harper about extra credit opportunities. Petition to the scholarship committee for an exception. Find other scholarships she could apply for. Organize fundraising. Ask Dad for help the right way this time. The list felt small and inadequate compared to the size of the problem, but it was a start. Xavier heard footsteps on the stairs. His dad was coming to check on him. He quickly switched back to the apology letter and started typing again. Dear Principal Chen, I am writing to apologize for my actions. The words still felt hollow, but he kept writing, because that's what taking responsibility meant, doing the hard work of apologizing even when you weren't sure you were completely wrong. Outside his window, the sun was starting to set over Austin. The sky turned orange and pink and purple, beautiful colors that Lily would probably know the exact names for. Xavier wished he could show her. Wished he could tell her that sunsets like this meant new days were coming, and new days meant new possibilities. But that felt too optimistic, too naive. So instead, Xavier just kept typing his apology letter and hoping that somehow, someway, the world would prove to be kinder than it had been so far. Xavier was still typing when his bedroom door opened. He didn't need to turn around to know it was his father. He recognized the footsteps, the particular way Elon pushed the door open just enough to slip through without fully opening it. "How's it coming?" Elon asked. Xavier gestured at his laptop screen. "Almost done with the letter to Principal Chen. Haven't started the others yet." Elon walked over and stood behind Xavier's chair, reading over his shoulder. Xavier felt his whole body tense. Having his father read his words felt invasive, like someone was looking at his diary. After a moment, Elon said, "It's good, honest, but you're still defending your motives in the third paragraph." Xavier scrolled up and reread what he'd written. "I was just explaining why." An apology letter isn't the place to explain why. It's a place to take responsibility and express genuine regret. Save the explanations for somewhere else. "But shouldn't they understand my side?" "They already know your side. You told Principal Chen. You told me. Now you need to show them you understand their side, that what you did violated trust, broke rules, and caused problems for the school." Xavier's jaw tightened. "Fine, I'll take it out." Elon pulled over Xavier's desk chair, the spare one usually covered with clothes, and sat down. "X, can I ask you something?" "Sure." "When you were hacking the system, changing those grades, what did you think would happen?" Xavier shrugged. "I thought nobody would notice, or if they did notice, they'd think it was a glitch in the system. But eventually, someone would investigate. Someone would trace it back. You had to know that was possible." "I guess I didn't think that far ahead." "Or," Elon said carefully, "part of you wanted to get caught." Xavier turned to stare at his father. "What? No, why would I want to get caught?" "Because getting caught meant people would pay attention, would see the problem you were trying to solve, would have to confront the fact that the rules were unfair." "That's not—" "I didn't," Xavier trailed off. Had he wanted to get caught, he didn't think so. But now that his dad said it, a small part of him wondered if it was true. "When I started SpaceX," Elon said, "everyone told me I was crazy. Private space flight was impossible, too expensive, too dangerous. The regulations were too strict. Big aerospace companies had monopolies. I should just give up." Xavier had heard versions of this story before, but he stayed quiet, sensing his father was going somewhere new with it. "I could have accepted that. Could have said, well, the rules say only governments and huge corporations can build rockets, so I guess that's that. But instead, I decided to challenge the entire system, to prove that the rules were wrong or outdated or needed to change." "So you broke the rules?" Xavier asked hopefully. "No, I worked within the rules while simultaneously fighting to change them. I hired lawyers. I lobbied Congress. I proved through actual working rockets that private space flight was viable. I changed the system by succeeding despite the system." "That's different," Xavier protested. "You had money and lawyers and engineers. You were an adult with resources. I'm just a kid." "You're not just a kid, you're a Musk." Elon's voice was firm. "Which means you have advantages most people don't. You have access to me, to my knowledge, to my network. You could have asked for help." "I didn't want to bother you. You're always so busy." Elon looked pained. "X, you're never a bother. I know I work a lot. Too much, probably. Your mother, Justine, she used to tell me I was going to miss your entire childhood if I didn't slow down." "Did you slow down?" "Not as much as I should have." Elon ran his hand through his hair. But that doesn't mean you can't come to me when you need help, especially for something this important. Xavier picked at a loose thread on his jeans. What would you have done if I'd told you about Lily before I hacked the system? Elon thought for a moment. Honestly, I don't know, but we would have figured something out together. Maybe I could have talked to Principal Chen about reviewing the scholarship policy. Maybe I could have funded a scholarship in Lily's name so she didn't have to worry about GPA requirements. Maybe we could have hired a computer science tutor to help her actually learn the material. So you would have just thrown money at the problem. Money is a tool. It's not the only tool, but it's one I have access to. Using it to help people isn't wrong. But then Lily would have felt like charity, like she couldn't make it on her own. Maybe, or maybe she would have felt supported. You can't make those decisions for other people. You have to ask them what they want and need. Xavier hadn't asked Lily what she wanted. He just assumed he knew the right answer and acted on it. The realization made him uncomfortable. The point is, Elon continued, you had options, legal options, effective options, but you didn't explore them because you wanted a quick fix. You wanted to be the hero who solved everything overnight. I wasn't trying to be a hero. Weren't you, even a little bit? Xavier wanted to deny it, but he couldn't, because maybe, somewhere deep down, he had wanted to be the hero, the brilliant coder who swooped in and saved the day, the guy who fixed the unfixable problem while everyone else just accepted it. I'm not mad at you for wanting to help, Elon said more gently. That instinct to see injustice and want to fix it, that's important, but you need to learn the difference between helping and controlling. I wasn't trying to control anything. You decided what Lily needed without asking her. You decided which other students deserved passing grades without knowing their situations. You decided the rules were wrong without trying to understand why they existed. That's control, not help. Xavier felt his face flush. So what should I have done? You should have talked to Lily about options, asked her what she wanted, offered to tutor her, helped her prepare a case to present to the scholarship committee, connected her with resources and people who could advocate for her, given her agency to fight her own battle with you as support, not as the one in charge. That takes longer. Yes, it does, but it also gives Lily power instead of making her dependent on you. Xavier processed this. Is that why you don't just pay for everything? Why you make your companies profitable instead of running them as charities? Partly. If I just gave away money without creating sustainable systems, people would always be dependent on my generosity. But if I build companies that provide jobs, products that improve lives, and technologies that push humanity forward, that creates lasting change. So you're saying I should have helped Lily help herself, not just fixed her problem for her. Exactly. They sat in silence for a moment. Xavier's computer screen had gone dark. He tapped the keyboard to wake it up and looked at his apology letter with fresh eyes. Dad, Xavier said quietly. Yeah. Do you ever regret starting your companies? Like, when things are really hard and everyone's criticizing you and stuff, do you wish you just had a normal job and a normal life? Elon laughed, a short, sharp sound. Every single day, and then every day I decide it's worth it anyway. Why? Because the alternative is accepting that the world is broken and doing nothing to fix it. I can't live like that. It would kill me slowly to see all the problems, climate change, humanity's dependence on fossil fuels, our lack of backup planets, and just shrug and say, oh well, not my problem. So you have to try, even when it's hard. Especially when it's hard. The easy things anyone can do. The hard things. Those require commitment and sacrifice and willingness to fail publicly and keep trying anyway. Xavier understood now why his father was pushing him so hard on this. It wasn't just about following rules. It was about learning how to fight battles the right way, strategically, sustainably, effectively. "I messed up," Xavier said, "not just by hacking the system, but by not thinking it through, by not asking for help, by not giving Lily choices." "Yes, you did, but now you know better. The question is, what are you going to do with that knowledge?" Xavier looked at his list of legal ways to help Lily, still open in another window. "I want to fix this, not by hacking or cheating or breaking rules, but by actually solving the problem." "Good, how?" "I don't know yet, but I'm going to figure it out." Elon stood up and put his hand on Xavier's shoulder. "If you need help, real help, legal help, you ask me. Deal?" "A deal." "Finish that apology letter. Then come downstairs. Your siblings will be home soon and we're ordering pizza for dinner." "Dad," Xavier called as Elon reached the door. "Yeah." "Thanks for not giving up on me, even though I did something really stupid." Elon smiled, a real smile, not the tight professional one he used in interviews. You're my son. I could never give up on you, even when you're being spectacularly stupid." "Thanks, I think." After his father left, Xavier returned to his apology letter. He deleted the defensive paragraph explaining his motives. He added sentences acknowledging the harm he'd caused, the trust he'd broken, the seriousness of what he'd done. It still felt wrong somehow, like apologizing for caring, but he understood now that wasn't what he was apologizing for. He was apologizing for the method, not the motivation. For the how, not the why. When he finished, Xavier read it over one more time. It was good. Honest, maybe it wouldn't change anything. Principal Chen had already expelled him, but at least it was genuine. He saved the document and started a new one. Letter of apology to Mr. Harper. This one was harder. Mr. Harper had written his password on a post-it note, which was terrible security. But Xavier had still used it without permission, had still violated his teacher's trust. Xavier typed slowly, carefully, trying to find the right words. He explained that he'd seen the password by accident but should have immediately told Mr. Harper about the security risk instead of exploiting it. He apologized for abusing his teacher's trust and for putting Mr. Harper in an awkward position with the school administration. By the time he finished, Xavier's hands were tired from typing and his brain felt fuzzy. He'd written more in one afternoon than he usually wrote in a month. The third letter, to the 5 students whose grades he'd changed, would have to wait until tomorrow. He couldn't face it right now. Xavier closed his laptop and lay back on his bed, staring at the ceiling. His room looked the same as it always did, posters of rockets and coding memes on the walls, his desk cluttered with electronics projects, his bookshelf full of science fiction and programming textbooks. But everything felt different. He felt different. Was this what growing up meant? Realizing that good intentions weren't enough, that the world was more complicated than simple right and wrong. Xavier's phone buzzed. A text from his mom, Justine. "Your dad told me what happened. Call me when you can. Love you." Great. Now his mom knew too. Xavier could imagine that conversation. His brilliant, creative, fiercely protective mother trying to understand how her son had managed to get expelled from one of Austin's best schools. He'd call her later, after dinner, after he'd had time to process everything that had happened today. Right now, Xavier just wanted to lie here in his room and pretend for a few more minutes that the world was simple and fixable and fair. But he knew better now. The world wasn't any of those things. The only question was, what was he going to do about it? Downstairs, Xavier could hear the front door opening and closing. Voices filled the house. His siblings were home. He recognized his twin sister Vivian's laugh, then Griffin's deeper voice asking about dinner. Xavier stayed on his bed, not ready to face them yet. How do you tell your brothers and sisters that you got expelled? What do you even say? A knock on his door. X, you in there. Vivian, of course she'd come find him first. Twins had that weird connection. She always seemed to know when something was wrong. Yeah, come in. The door opened and Vivian stepped inside, closing it behind her. She was wearing her soccer uniform, her hair still in a ponytail from practice. She looked at Xavier with those eyes that were so much like his own and said, "Dad told us." Xavier sat up, all of it. Enough, you hacked the school computer to help someone. You got expelled. Dad had to pick you up. She sat down on the edge of his bed. Want to talk about it? Not really. Too bad, I'm your twin. You don't get to shut me out. Despite everything, Xavier smiled a little. Vivian had always been like this, pushy, caring, refusing to let him hide when things got hard. I messed up, Xavier said simply. Obviously, but why? That's what I don't get. You're the careful one, the one who thinks things through. I'm the impulsive twin, remember? Xavier shrugged. Maybe we switch places for a day. X, seriously, what happened? So Xavier told her. About Lily crying in the library, about the scholarship rules, about feeling like he had to do something. Vivian listened without interrupting, which was unusual for her. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, "That's really dumb." I know, but also kind of brave. That's what Lily said. She's right, it was dumb and brave, you can be both. Vivian pulled her knees up to her chest. I get it though, why you did it. You saw someone hurting and you wanted to fix it. That's very you. Dad says I was trying to control things instead of help. Dad's probably right, he usually is, which is annoying. Vivian grinned. But you know what? At least you cared enough to try. Most people just walk past other people's problems and pretend they don't see them. Caring isn't enough if you do it the wrong way. No, but it's a start. Vivian stood up. Come on, dinner's here. If you hide up here, Griffin's going to eat your share of the pizza. Xavier followed his sister downstairs. In the kitchen, his younger siblings were already gathered around the island counter where Elon had set out pizza boxes. Griffin waved a slice at Xavier. Hey, criminal mastermind. Dad says you're a hacker now. Griffin, Elon warned. What? I'm just saying it's kind of cool. I mean, getting caught isn't cool. But hacking, that's like movie stuff. Xavier, who was only 3 and went by X most of the time, which got confusing, looked up from his coloring book. Xavier's in trouble. Xavier made a mistake, Elon corrected gently. We all make mistakes. The important part is learning from them. Oh, little X went back to coloring, apparently satisfied with that explanation. Xavier grabbed a slice of pepperoni pizza and sat down at the kitchen table. Everything felt surreal, like he should be in some dark room feeling terrible about his life, not eating pizza with his family like it was a normal Tuesday. So what happens now? Griffin asked. Do you go to a different school, or are you homeschooled, or do you become one of those genius dropouts who starts a company? Griffin, give your brother some space, Elon said, but he didn't sound angry, just tired. I don't know what happens, Xavier admitted. We have to figure it out. Vivian grabbed her own slice and sat next to Xavier. Whatever happens, you'll be okay. We're Musks. We're good at starting over. Xavier looked around at his family, his brilliant, weird, complicated family. Griffin making jokes to lighten the mood. Vivian sitting close for support. Little X coloring happily, oblivious to the drama. And his dad watching all of them with that expression he got sometimes, like he was calculating something important but didn't want to share the equation yet. Thanks, Xavier said quietly. After dinner, Elon asked Xavier to join him in his home office. It was a room Xavier didn't go into often. It felt too much like his dad's workspace, filled with monitors and papers and models of rockets and cars. Elon sat at his desk and gestured for Xavier to take the other chair. I made some calls this afternoon about school options for you. Xavier's stomach tightened, and we have several possibilities. There's a private school in Westlake that would take you mid-semester. There's an online program through Stanford that's designed for gifted students. And there's homeschooling, where we'd hire tutors for subjects I can't teach you myself. What do you think I should do? I think you should decide. This is your education, your future. You get input. Xavier hadn't expected that. Really? Really? Each option has pros and cons. The Westlake School is good academically, but everyone there will eventually hear about your expulsion. The Stanford online program offers flexibility but less social interaction. Homeschooling gives you control over your schedule but might feel isolating. Xavier thought about it. The idea of starting at a new school where everyone would eventually learn he'd been expelled from Hawthorne made him feel sick, but being isolated at home didn't sound much better. Can I think about it? Of course. We don't need to decide tonight. Take a few days. Research the options, talk to your mom, talk to your siblings. This is a big decision. Dad, Xavier asked hesitantly, are you disappointed in me? Elon leaned back in his chair. I've been thinking about that question all afternoon. Am I disappointed that you broke the law? Yes. Am I disappointed that you got expelled? Yes. Am I disappointed in you as a person? No. How can those be different things? Because you're more than one bad decision. You're also the kid who teaches your younger siblings coding, who builds robots for fun, who cares deeply about fairness and justice. One mistake doesn't erase all of that. Xavier felt his eyes getting wet. I thought I was doing the right thing. I know you did, and in a weird way, I'm almost glad this happened. Why? Because you learned an important lesson early. Better to learn it at 13 from a school expulsion than at 30 from prison time. Elon's voice was serious. You learned that good intentions don't excuse illegal actions, that caring about people means empowering them, not controlling their situations, that fixing problems requires thinking through consequences, not just acting impulsively. Those are hard lessons. The important ones usually are. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment. Xavier looked at the model Starship rocket on his dad's desk, a miniature version of the massive spacecraft being developed to take humans to Mars. Dad, do you really think we'll get to Mars? Like, in my lifetime? Elon smiled. I'm counting on it. Someone needs to help build the first cities up there. Might as well be you. I'm not an aerospace engineer. Not yet, but you're brilliant with computers. We'll need people to design the networks, the communication systems, the AI that helps colonists survive. Every skill matters. Xavier liked imagining that future, a world where his mistakes didn't define him, where he could contribute something meaningful. What about Lily? Xavier asked. What happens to her? Elon's expression became unreadable. I don't know yet, but you need to understand something. You can't save everyone. You can't fix every unfair situation. You'll drive yourself crazy trying. But I can try to fix this one right. Within legal and ethical boundaries, yes, but Lily's situation is ultimately hers to navigate. You can support her. You can advocate for her. You can be her friend, but you can't be her savior. I know, I get that now. Good, Elon stood up. It's late. You should get some sleep. Tomorrow we'll start working on solutions, real solutions, not hacks. Xavier stood too. At the door, he turned back. Dad, thanks for showing up today. At the school, I know you were probably in the middle of important stuff. X, you're the most important stuff. Don't ever forget that. As Xavier climbed the stairs to his room, he felt lighter somehow. Still anxious about the future, still guilty about the mess he'd created, but also supported, understood, not alone. In his room, Xavier opened his laptop one more time. He looked at the list of legal ways to help Lily that he'd started earlier. Then he opened a browser and started researching. Scholarship appeal processes, educational advocacy organizations, tutoring programs, legal ways to challenge unfair policies. He worked for an hour taking notes, making plans. Not impulsive plans this time. Careful plans, strategic plans, plans that involved other people, asked for their input, respected their agency. Finally, exhausted, Xavier closed his laptop and got ready for bed. As he lay in the darkness, he thought about everything that had happened that day. This morning he'd been Xavier Musk, honor student at Hawthorne Academy with a clear path forward. Tonight he was Xavier Musk, expelled student with an uncertain future. But maybe that uncertainty was okay. Maybe not having all the answers was part of growing up. Maybe making mistakes and learning from them was how you figured out who you were supposed to be. Xavier's phone buzzed one last time. A text from his mom. "I love you no matter what. We'll talk tomorrow. Sleep well, baby." Xavier smiled in the darkness. Baby. He was 13, but to his mom he'd probably always be her baby. And right now that didn't feel like such a bad thing. He typed back, "Love you too, Mom. See you tomorrow." Then he set his phone down, closed his eyes, and let sleep pull him under. Tomorrow he'd start fixing things. The right way this time, but tonight he'd just rest. Xavier woke up to sunlight streaming through his window and the sound of his phone buzzing insistently on his nightstand. For a moment everything felt normal. Then the memories of yesterday crashed back. The expulsion, the phone call, his father's disappointed face. He grabbed his phone. 7:30 in the morning, and he already had 12 text messages. Most were from classmates at Hawthorne. "Are you really expelled? What happened? Is it true you hacked the school?" One was from Lily. "My mom wants to meet your family. She's really upset. Can we talk?" And one was from his mom, Justine. "Coming over at 10 a.m. We need to discuss this. Love you." Xavier groaned and pulled his pillow over his face. He'd hoped maybe yesterday had been a terrible dream, but the texts proved otherwise. It was all real, a knock on his door. "X, you awake?" his dad's voice. "Unfortunately." Elon opened the door holding a coffee mug. He was already dressed for work, jeans, a black t-shirt, sneakers. "Your mom's coming over in a couple hours. We need to talk before she gets here." Xavier sat up, rubbing his eyes. "Talk about what?" "About what we're going to tell her, and about something else." Elon's expression was serious. "Principal Chen called me this morning. She wants to meet again. Today." Xavier's heart jumped. "Why, I'm already expelled. What else is there?" "She didn't say. Just that new information has come to light and she wants to discuss it with both of us." Elon took a sip of coffee. "Get dressed. We're leaving in 30 minutes. "Dad, I don't want to go back there." "I know, but sometimes we have to do things we don't want to do. This is one of those times." 25 minutes later, Xavier was showered, dressed, and sitting in his dad's Tesla again. They drove in silence through the morning traffic. Austin was waking up, joggers on the trails, coffee shops opening, construction crews already at work on new buildings. Xavier watched it all pass by, wondering what new information Principal Chen could possibly have. Maybe they'd found evidence he'd hacked other things. Maybe they were pressing charges after all. His stomach churned with anxiety. When they pulled into Hawthorne Academy's parking lot, Xavier noticed several cars already there, including one he recognized. A beat-up Honda Civic with a Venezuelan flag hanging from the rearview mirror. "That's Lily's mom's car," Xavier said, pointing. Elon's eyebrows rose. Interesting. They walked into the building together. The hallways were empty. Students were in their first period classes. Their footsteps echoed on the tile floor. Everything felt different from yesterday, more ominous somehow. Mrs. Rodriguez greeted them in the front office. Mr. Musk, Xavier, Principal Chen is expecting you, but she asked if you could wait just a few minutes. She's finishing up with another family. Of course, Elon said. They sat in the same uncomfortable plastic chairs from yesterday. Xavier's leg bounced nervously. His dad put a hand on his knee. Stop. You're making me anxious. Sorry, I can't help it. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. Finally, Principal Chen's office door opened. Lily stepped out first, her eyes red from crying. Behind her came a woman Xavier had never met but instantly recognized as her mother, the same dark hair, the same warm brown eyes, though hers were currently filled with worry. Behind them came Principal Chen, along with Vice Principal Reeves and another man Xavier didn't recognize, tall, balding, wearing a suit that looked expensive. Mr. Musk, Xavier, Principal Chen said formally. Thank you for coming. Please come into the conference room. We have much to discuss. The conference room was just down the hall from Principal Chen's office. It had a long table surrounded by chairs and windows overlooking the school's courtyard. Everyone filed in and took seats, Principal Chen and Vice Principal Reeves on one side, the man in the suit next to them. Lily and her mother sat across from them, and Elon and Xavier took seats at the end of the table. Xavier couldn't stop glancing at Lily. She wouldn't meet his eyes. First, let me introduce everyone, Principal Chen began. This is Thomas Reeves, our vice principal, whom you met briefly yesterday. And this is David Kim, our head of IT security. David Kim nodded at Xavier. He didn't look angry, which was confusing. Mrs. Camilla Martinez and her daughter Lily are here because the situation directly impacts them, Principal Chen continued. And of course, you know why you're here. Elon leaned forward slightly. Principal Chen, you said new information has come to light. Perhaps we could start there. Principal Chen exchanged glances with David Kim, who pulled out a folder full of papers. Mr. Musk, Xavier, after our meeting yesterday, I conducted a more thorough investigation of the security breach. What I found was unexpected. Xavier's heart pounded. What did that mean? David Kim continued. The initial trace showed that the grades were changed using Xavier's laptop and Mr. Harper's credentials. That part is still accurate. However, upon deeper analysis, I discovered something else. He pulled out several printed pages covered in code and timestamps. There were actually 2 separate access incidents. What? Xavier said before he could stop himself. The first access occurred 3 days ago. That was Xavier's intrusion. He changed 5 students' grades using Mr. Harper's password. However, there was a second access 12 hours later from a different location, using different credentials. This person changed one of those grades back. Everyone turned to look at Lily, who had gone pale. It was me, Lily whispered. I changed my own grade back. The room erupted. Principal Chen looked shocked. Camilla Martinez gasped. Elon's expression was unreadable. Xavier just stared at Lily in disbelief. You what? Xavier said. Lily's eyes filled with tears. Saturday night, I was checking the school portal like I do every night, obsessively refreshing to see if my grade had been updated. And suddenly it showed a B instead of the D+ I'd had. At first, I thought Mr. Harper had made a mistake grading something, or maybe there was a curve. But then, Principal Chen prompted, but then I saw that 4 other failing students also suddenly had passing grades, all changed at the exact same time, and I realized someone had hacked the system. Lily wiped her eyes. I thought about it all night. I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about how I didn't earn that B, how I was going to keep my scholarship based on a lie. Camilla put her arm around her daughter. Mija, you didn't tell me any of this. I couldn't, Mommy. I was too ashamed. And I was scared. If I told you, you'd make me report it and then I'd definitely lose the scholarship. Lily took a shaky breath. So Sunday morning, while you were at church, I logged into the school system using the student portal. There's this weird glitch. If you click on your grade and hit Report an Error, it opens a form that shows the raw database entry. Most students don't know about it, but I found it once by accident. David Kim was nodding. I knew about that vulnerability. It's been on my list to fix, but we have limited IT budget. I used that glitch to change my grade back to what it had been, the D+, Lily continued. I couldn't live with a grade I didn't earn, even if it meant losing everything. My mother always taught me that honesty matters more than success. Camilla was crying now too. Oh, Lily, me Amber, you should have told me. I'm sorry, Mommy, I'm so sorry. Xavier felt like his brain was short-circuiting. Wait, so when they investigated the hacking and found the changes, your grade was already back to the D+, but I changed it to a B. How did they even know someone had changed it at all? David Kim answered. The system keeps an audit log of all changes. It showed 2 modifications to Lily's grade. First Xavier's change to B, then Lily's change back to D plus 12 hours later. When Mr. Harper noticed the discrepancies Monday morning, I pulled the logs and found both access incidents. Principal Chen folded her hands on the table. This complicates the situation significantly. We have 2 separate unauthorized access incidents, one by Xavier with clear intention to alter grades, and one by Lily attempting to correct what she saw as fraudulent. Lily didn't do anything wrong, Xavier said immediately. She was fixing my mistake. She accessed the system through an unauthorized method, Vice Principal Reeves pointed out. Technically, that's still a violation of school policy. That's ridiculous, Xavier's voice rose. She was being honest. She was trying to do the right thing. Xavier, Elon said quietly, a warning. Principal Chen looked at Lily with something that might have been respect. Miss Martinez, you could have kept the changed grade. You could have kept your scholarship. Why didn't you? Lily met her eyes directly. Because it would have been a lie. And if I build my future on lies, what kind of future is that? My parents left Venezuela because the whole country was built on lies and corruption. We came here for honesty and opportunity. I can't betray that. The room was silent. Finally, Elon spoke. Principal Chen, may I ask what the school intends to do with this information? That's why we're all here. The board met via emergency session this morning at 6 a.m. We've been discussing this situation for 3 hours. Principal Chen looked tired. The truth is, we don't have a clear precedent for this. A student hacking to change grades, then another student hacking to change them back. It's unprecedented. What's the board's position? Elon pressed. Divided. Some members want to expel both students. Some want to expel Xavier and suspend Lily. Some want to reconsider the entire situation in light of Lily's actions. And your position? Elon asked. Principal Chen was quiet for a long moment. My position is that this situation has revealed several problems with Hawthorne Academy's systems, not just our IT security, but our scholarship policies, our support for struggling students, and our rigid application of rules without considering individual circumstances. Vice Principal Reeves shifted uncomfortably. Margaret, we have policies for a reason. Yes, Thomas. But when policies create situations where students feel they have no option but to break rules, maybe we need to examine the policies, not just punish the students. Xavier felt a tiny spark of hope. Was Principal Chen actually reconsidering things? Elon leaned forward. Principal Chen, I'd like to make a proposal. I'm listening. Xavier's expulsion stands. He broke the law, violated trust, and needs to face consequences. I'm not asking you to reverse that decision. Xavier's heart sank. His dad wasn't going to fight for him. Elon continued. However, I'd like to propose that the school review its scholarship policies. Specifically, the rule that a single grade in a single class can eliminate a full scholarship regardless of a student's overall record and character. That's a board-level decision, Vice Principal Reeves said. Then convene the board. I'll make it worth their time. Elon's voice was calm but firm. I'm prepared to fund 5 additional full scholarships for underprivileged students, but these scholarships will have different criteria: holistic evaluation of character, work ethic, and potential, not just GPA thresholds. Principal Chen's eyes widened. That's a generous offer, Mr. Musk. It's not generosity. It's an investment in fixing a broken system. And there's one more condition. What's that? Lily Martinez becomes the first recipient of these new scholarships. Her current scholarship is revoked. She did violate policy, after all. But she immediately receives one of the new scholarships, which she'll keep as long as she maintains her overall character and effort, regardless of individual grades. Camilla Martinez gasped. Senor Musk, we cannot accept charity. It's not charity, Mrs. Martinez, Elon interrupted gently. It's recognition of your daughter's integrity. She gave up her scholarship to maintain her honesty. That's exactly the kind of character these new scholarships should reward. Principal Chen looked at Vice Principal Reeves, then at David Kim. The board would need to approve this. Call them, I'll wait. The room fell silent again. Xavier tried to process what his father had just done. Instead of fighting the expulsion, he'd used it as leverage to change the system, to help not just Lily but other students like her. It was brilliant, and it was exactly what his dad had been trying to teach him yesterday, that real change required working within systems while simultaneously improving them. Principal Chen stood up. Give me 15 minutes. Vice Principal Reeves, Mr. Kim, please come with me. We'll need to make several phone calls. They filed out, leaving Xavier, Elon, Lily, and Camilla alone in the conference room. As soon as the door closed, Camilla turned to Elon with tears streaming down her face. Senor Musk, I don't know what to say. This is too much. We don't deserve. Mrs. Martinez, Elon said firmly but kindly, your daughter just gave up her entire future to maintain her integrity. If that doesn't deserve support, I don't know what does. Lily was crying too. Mr. Musk, I'm so sorry. If I hadn't told Xavier about my problems, none of this would have happened. He got expelled because of me. No, Xavier said quickly. I got expelled because of choices I made. You didn't ask me to hack anything. You didn't even know about it. But I should have known something was wrong when my grade changed. I should have reported it immediately instead of changing it back myself. You did what you thought was right, Elon said. Sometimes that's all any of us can do. They sat in awkward silence for a moment. Then Xavier asked the question he'd been holding back. Lily, why? Why did you change the grade back? You could have kept your scholarship. Nobody would have ever known. Lily looked at him with those honest brown eyes. I would have known, Xavier, and I would have had to live with that knowledge every single day. Every time I succeeded, I would have wondered if I deserved it or if I was just lucky someone cheated for me. She wiped her eyes. My parents gave up everything so I could have an honest life. I couldn't betray that, not even to save my scholarship. Xavier felt his own eyes getting wet. He'd thought he was being noble by hacking the system. But Lily had actually been noble. She'd sacrificed everything for honesty when it would have been so easy to just accept the gift and move on. "You're braver than me," Xavier said quietly. "No, we're just different kinds of brave." Camilla looked at both of them, then at Elon. "Senor Musk, I want you to know something. My daughter is not brave because she is naturally strong. She is brave because she has seen what happens when people are not honest. In Venezuela, we watched our country collapse because everyone lied. The government, the businesses, even normal people lying to survive. And we promised ourselves that if we made it to America, we would always tell the truth, no matter the cost." "That's a powerful promise," Elon said softly. "It is the only promise that matters." Camilla squeezed Lily's hand. "I am proud of you, Mija, so proud." Before anyone could say more, the conference room door opened. Principal Chen, Vice Principal Reeves, and David Kim returned. Principal Chen's expression was neutral, giving nothing away. "Well?" Elon asked. Principal Chen sat down. "I spoke with the board chair and 2 other board members who were available. They've agreed to an emergency board meeting this evening to formally vote on your proposal. However, they've authorized me to accept it provisionally." Xavier felt his heart lift. "The terms are as follows," Principal Chen continued. "Xavier's expulsion stands, but it will be recorded as a suspension pending transfer rather than a permanent expulsion. That will make it easier for him to enroll in another school. He'll still need to write the apology letters, and the incident will remain on his record." "Understood," Elon said. "Lily's current scholarship is officially revoked due to her unauthorized access to the grading system. However, she is immediately awarded a new scholarship, the first Maria Hernandez Scholarship, named after someone Mr. Musk suggested." Camilla looked confused. "Maria Hernandez, who is that?" Elon smiled slightly. "Someone who helped me a long time ago when I had nothing. She shared what little she had, expecting nothing in return. These scholarships will honor that spirit of generosity. 5 additional students will receive these scholarships starting next semester," Principal Chen continued. "The selection criteria will be developed by a committee that includes student representatives. Xavier, despite your expulsion, we'd like you to serve on that committee if you're willing." Xavier's eyes widened. "Really, even though I'm not a student here anymore?" "You started this conversation, even if you did it in entirely the wrong way. You should help finish it properly." Yes, I'd like that." Principal Chen looked at Lily. "Miss Martinez, you're suspended for 3 days for unauthorized system access. But given the unique circumstances and your clear remorse, there will be no further disciplinary action. When you return, you'll give a presentation to your computer science class about ethical decision-making. Mr. Kim will work with you on that." Lily nodded, looking relieved and terrified at the same time. "One more thing," Principal Chen added. "The school is implementing comprehensive IT security improvements, including mandatory password management training for all faculty. Mr. Harper's post-it note password technique will be a cautionary tale for years to come." Despite the tension, everyone smiled a little at that. "Are we done here?" Elon asked. "Almost. Mrs. Martinez, I want you to know that Lily's actions, changing her grade back, maintaining her integrity, that influenced our decision significantly. You should be very proud of your daughter." "I am," Camilla said, her voice thick with emotion. "Every day I am." As they all stood to leave, Xavier found himself next to Lily in the hallway. "I'm sorry," they both said at the same time, then laughed awkwardly. "You first," Xavier said. "I'm sorry you got expelled trying to help me. And I'm sorry I didn't just offer to tutor you like a normal person, instead of becoming a criminal." Lily smiled, a real smile this time. "You're a terrible criminal. You got caught immediately." Thanks for that reminder. But you're a pretty good friend. Xavier felt his face get warm. You too. The best, actually. You gave up everything to do the right thing. So did you. You just did it in a really dumb way. Yeah, I'm learning that good intentions and good methods are different things. They walked together toward the exit, their parents following behind. At the door, Lily turned to Xavier. Will I see you again? I mean, you're not at Hawthorne anymore. I'll still be on that scholarship committee, and we can text, and maybe, Xavier glanced back at his dad, who nodded slightly. Maybe we could actually do that tutoring thing. I could help you with computer science if you want. For real this time, not just hacking grades. I'd like that, Lily said, but only if you let me teach you about architecture in return. Fair trade. A deal. They shook hands formally, which felt ridiculous and perfect at the same time. Outside in the parking lot, Xavier and Elon walked to their car. The morning sun was fully up now, warming the October air. Xavier took a deep breath, feeling lighter than he had in days. Dad, he said as they reached the Tesla. Yeah. Thank you for what you did in there. For helping Lily without just making the problem go away. You're welcome, but you need to understand something. This worked out this time, but that was mostly luck. The board could have said no. Principal Chen could have refused to reconsider. Mrs. Martinez could have been too proud to accept help. Everything could have gone differently. But it didn't. No, but next time you want to fix an unfair system, talk to me first. Let's figure out the smart way to do it together instead of you going rogue and hoping for the best. Next time, Xavier promised, I'll ask for help. They got in the car. As Elon started the engine, he glanced at Xavier. Your mom is going to kill me for letting you get expelled. Probably. Worth it though. You learned something important today. What's that? That changing the world isn't about being the hero. It's about being part of a team, working within systems, and having the patience to do things right instead of just doing them fast. Xavier thought about that as they drove away from Hawthorne Academy. Maybe his dad was right. Or maybe, sometimes, you needed someone willing to break the rules to force everyone else to notice the rules were broken. But he'd figure that out later. For now, he was just grateful to have his father on his side. Xavier's phone rang before they even made it out of the school parking lot. He glanced at the screen, his mom. It's Mom, Xavier said nervously. Answer it, Elon said. Better she hears it from you than from me. Xavier swiped to accept the call. Hi, Mom. Xavier James Musk. His mother's voice was tight, controlled. That was worse than if she'd been yelling. I'm sitting in your father's living room right now and he's not here. Neither are you. Where exactly are you? At Hawthorne, Dad and I had a meeting with Principal Chen. A meeting you didn't think to mention, when I specifically said I was coming over to discuss your expulsion. It just came up this morning. Principal Chen called and... Put your father on the phone, now. Xavier handed the phone to Elon, who took it without hesitation. Justine. Even from the passenger seat, Xavier could hear his mother's voice rising. Don't Justine me. Our son gets expelled from school, and instead of waiting to talk to me about it, you drag him back there for some meeting I know nothing about. What were you thinking? I was thinking that Principal Chen had new information and wanted to meet immediately. I made a judgment call. You made a judgment call without consulting me. I'm his mother, Elon. I have a right to be included in decisions about his education and his future. You're absolutely right. I should have called you first. I apologize. There was a pause. Xavier knew his mom well enough to know that Elon's quick apology had thrown her off. She'd been gearing up for a fight and he just diffused it. Well, good, Justine said, sounding slightly deflated. So what happened at this meeting? It's complicated. We're heading back now. We'll explain everything when we get there. How long? 15 minutes. Fine, I'll be waiting. And Elon, if you've made this situation worse somehow, I swear. I haven't. If anything, it's better, trust me. Another pause. I'll decide that for myself. The call ended. Elon handed the phone back to Xavier. She's mad, Xavier observed. She has every right to be. We should have included her in the meeting. Why didn't we? Elon was quiet for a moment as he navigated through traffic. Honestly, because your mom and I don't always agree on the best approach to problems. She leads with emotion and protection. I lead with strategy and long-term thinking. Both are valid, but they don't always work well together. Is that why you and Mom got divorced? The question hung in the air. Elon didn't answer immediately, his eyes focused on the road. That's part of it, he finally said. Your mom wanted a partner who was present, emotionally available, focused on family first. I was, and still am, someone who gets consumed by work, by missions, by trying to solve big problems. Neither of us was wrong. We just wanted different things. Xavier had heard versions of this before, but never stated so plainly. Do you ever regret it, the divorce? I regret the pain it caused you kids. But no, I don't regret the divorce itself. Your mom deserved someone who could give her what she needed. And honestly, so did I. Elon glanced at Xavier. You know why I'm telling you this? Why? Because you're going to have to navigate between us for the rest of your life. Your mom and I will have different opinions, different approaches, different ideas about what's best for you. And you'll have to figure out how to honor both of us while ultimately making your own choices. That sounds exhausting. It is. Welcome to having divorced parents. Elon's tone was dry but not unkind. But here's the thing, we both love you completely. We both want what's best for you. We just disagree on what that looks like sometimes. They pulled into the driveway. Xavier could see his mom's car already parked there, a sensible Honda CR-V so different from Elon's Tesla. It felt symbolic somehow. Inside, Justine was sitting on the couch, her laptop open but clearly not working. She stood up as soon as they entered. Xavier, come here. Xavier went to her and she pulled him into a tight hug. Are you okay? She asked softly. I'm okay, Mom. She held him at arm's length, studying his face. Justine had been a writer before the kids came, still was, technically, though she didn't publish as much anymore. She had that writer's way of looking at people, like she was reading a story written on their faces. You look tired and stressed, and like you've been crying. A little bit, but I'm okay, really. She finally let him go and turned to Elon. Sit, both of you, explain everything. For the next 20 minutes, they told her the whole story. Elon covered most of it, but Xavier filled in the emotional details. How he'd felt when Lily was crying, why he'd thought hacking was the only option, what it had been like to face Principal Chen. Justine listened without interrupting, her expression shifting from anger to concern to surprise when they got to the part about Lily changing her own grade back. She did what? Justine asked. She changed it back to the failing grade, Xavier repeated. Because she didn't want to succeed based on a lie. That girl has more integrity than most adults I know, Justine said quietly. When they got to Elon's proposal about the new scholarships, Justine's eyes narrowed. Let me get this straight. You essentially bribed the school to change their policies. I didn't bribe anyone, Elon said calmly. I offered to fund scholarships with better criteria. The school chose to accept. That's not bribery. That's philanthropy with conditions. It's using your wealth to influence outcomes. Yes, that's what wealth is for. influencing outcomes in positive directions. Justine looked like she wanted to argue but couldn't quite find the angle. And Xavier is still expelled. Suspended pending transfer. It'll be easier for him to get into another school. What school? Have you even researched options? I've identified several possibilities. I was going to discuss them with you today. Justine turned to Xavier. What do you want? Xavier hadn't expected that question. What do I want? Yes, this is your life, your education. What do you want to do? Xavier thought about it. I don't know, starting at a new school sounds scary. Everyone will eventually find out why I left Hawthorne, but staying home doing online school sounds lonely. And I don't want to be homeschooled, no offense, but that sounds boring. None taken, Justine said with a slight smile. Those are all valid concerns. What would you do, Xavier asked her, if you were me? Justine considered this carefully. If I were you, I'd take some time to figure out what I actually learned from this experience before jumping into the next thing. You made a big mistake. You face consequences. But what did you learn? What will you do differently? Until you can answer those questions, it doesn't matter which school you attend. That was such a mom answer, thoughtful, deep, focused on growth rather than logistics. But it also made sense. I learned that good intentions aren't enough, Xavier said slowly. That trying to help people without involving them is controlling, not helping. That quick fixes usually create more problems than they solve. And that sometimes the bravest thing is being honest, even when it costs you everything. Justine's expression softened. That's good learning, that's real growth. But I still don't know what school I should go to. Then you don't decide yet. Give yourself a week. Visit the options, talk to students, see what feels right. Justine looked at Elon. Can you arrange visits to the schools you mentioned? Already done. We have appointments at Westlake next Tuesday, and the online Stanford program does a virtual orientation on Thursday. Good, Justine stood up and walked to the kitchen. Have you eaten, either of you? Xavier realized he was starving. No. I'll make sandwiches. You call your siblings and tell them about all this. They deserve to hear it from you, not through gossip. As Justine busied herself in the kitchen, Elon leaned over to Xavier. See, this is why I married her. She makes everything make sense. Then why did you divorce her? Xavier asked quietly. Because making sense of things and building a life together are different skills. Elon stood up and stretched. I need to get to the office. I've missed 2 meetings already this morning. But I'm proud of how you handled yourself today. In Principal Chen's office, the way you talked to Lily, all of it. You're growing up. Thanks, Dad. After Elon left for work, Xavier sat at the kitchen counter while his mom made turkey sandwiches. The normalcy of it was surreal, like the past 2 days had been some alternate reality, and now he was back in the regular world where moms made lunch and worried about their kids. Mom, Xavier asked, are you mad at me? Justine didn't answer immediately. She finished cutting the sandwiches, plated them, and brought them over before sitting down across from him. I'm not mad, she said finally. I'm disappointed in your methods, but I understand your heart. You saw someone hurting and wanted to help. That instinct comes from me, you know. Your father would have analyzed the situation, calculated the optimal solution, and implemented it strategically. You felt it emotionally and acted impulsively. That's my influence. Is that a bad thing? No, but it means you need to learn balance. Feel the empathy but think before acting. Care deeply but act wisely. She took a bite of her sandwich. Your father is brilliant at strategy but sometimes lacks emotional intelligence. I'm good at understanding people but sometimes lack strategic thinking. You have the potential to be both, but only if you learn from both of us. Xavier ate his sandwich thinking about this. Do you think Lily did the right thing, changing her grade back? Absolutely. She chose integrity over opportunity. That takes incredible courage. But she might have lost everything. She was willing to lose everything to stay true to herself. That's not just courage, that's character. Justine paused. Xavier, can I tell you something I've never told you before? Sure. When your father and I were married, we had very different approaches to money and success. He wanted to take every dollar we had and pour it into his companies, SpaceX, Tesla, everything. I wanted security, savings, a stable home for you kids. We fought about it constantly. Who was right? We both were, and we were both wrong. He was right that taking risks can lead to extraordinary things. I was right that families need stability. The problem was we couldn't find a middle ground. We each pulled in our own direction until the marriage just broke. Xavier had never heard his mom talk this openly about the divorce. Why are you telling me this? Because you're at an age where you'll start making your own choices about who you want to be. You can be like your father, bold, strategic, willing to risk everything for big visions. You can be like me, careful, empathetic, focused on people and relationships. Or you can be something new, someone who takes the best of both of us and creates your own path. That sounds hard. It is, but you're smart enough to do it. Justine reached over and squeezed his hand. Just promise me you'll think before you act next time, and that you'll talk to people, your dad, me, trusted adults, before you make big decisions. I promise. They finished their lunch in comfortable silence. Then Justine said, Okay, go pack a bag, you're staying with me for a few days. Why? Because you need a break from your father's intensity. You need to be somewhere quiet where you can process everything that's happened. And frankly, I need to spend some time with my son. Xavier couldn't argue with that. An hour later, he was in his mom's house across town, a smaller, cozier place than his dad's, filled with books and art and the smell of whatever candle she was burning that week. His room here was different from his room at his dad's house. Less tech-focused, more comfortable. His mom had decorated it with photos of the family from when they were all together before the divorce. Xavier looked at them now, him and Vivian as babies, Griffin as a toddler, all of them on some beach somewhere, everyone smiling. It felt like looking at a different family. A simpler time. Xavier's phone buzzed. A text from Lily. Thank you for everything. You didn't have to do what you did, but I'll never forget it. Xavier typed back. You don't have to thank me. You changed your own grade back. You're the brave one. Maybe we're both brave in different ways. Xavier smiled at that. Maybe, hey, want to meet up this weekend? I could start helping you with computer science, for real this time. I'd like that, library on Saturday, 2 p.m. It's a date, I mean not a date, just like a friend date, a study date. I'm going to stop typing now. Face with tears of joy, see you Saturday, Xavier. Xavier set his phone down and lay back on his bed. Through the window, he could see the Austin skyline in the distance, the Capitol Dome, the high-rises, the construction cranes. A city constantly building, constantly growing, constantly changing. Like him, he supposed. 2 days ago, he'd been one person, confident, clear about his path, sure of right and wrong. Now he was someone different, someone who'd made a huge mistake and learned from it. Someone who understood that life was more complicated than he'd thought. Someone who was still figuring out who he wanted to be. His mom knocked on the door. You okay in here? Yeah, just thinking. About how weird it is that everything can change so fast. On Monday morning, I was just a normal student. Now I'm expelled, Lily's on a new scholarship, the school is changing its policies, and I don't even know where I'll be going to school next month. Justine sat on the edge of his bed. Life is like that sometimes. One decision, one moment, and everything shifts. Is that scary or exciting? Both. That's what makes it interesting. Xavier thought about that. Maybe his mom was right. Maybe the uncertainty wasn't something to fear, it was just life being interesting. Mom, Xavier asked, do you think I'm a good person? Justine looked surprised by the question. Of course you are. Why would you even ask that? Because I broke the law, I got expelled. I messed everything up. You made a bad choice with good intentions. That doesn't make you a bad person, it makes you human. Justine brushed his hair back from his forehead like she used to when he was little. Xavier, listen to me. You have a good heart. You care about people. You want to make the world better. Those qualities will serve you well in life. You just need to learn to channel them productively. How? By learning from mistakes, by listening to advice, by taking time to think before you act, by building on your strengths while acknowledging your weaknesses. She smiled. You're 13. You're not supposed to have everything figured out. You're supposed to be learning, growing, making mistakes, and becoming who you're meant to be. Xavier felt tears in his eyes again. Thanks, Mom. Always, baby, always. After she left, Xavier opened his laptop. He still had one more apology letter to write, the one to the 5 students whose grades he'd changed. He opened a new document and started typing. Dear Marcus, Jennifer, and the other students whose grades I changed without permission. The words came easier this time. He explained what he'd done, why he'd done it, and why it was wrong, not just because he got caught, but because he'd taken away their agency, their choice in how to handle their own situations. He apologized for putting them in an awkward position, for making their grades suspect, for solving their problems without asking if they wanted them solved. It took him an hour to write it properly. When he finished, he read it over 3 times, making small changes until it felt genuine. Then he printed 5 copies, signed each one by hand, and put them in envelopes. Tomorrow he'd figure out how to get them to the students. Tonight, he'd done the work of taking responsibility, and that felt like enough. Xavier closed his laptop and looked out the window again. The sun was setting now, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. Somewhere in that city, Lily was probably working on homework. His dad was probably in a meeting about rockets. His mom was downstairs, probably reading. Everyone in their own space, living their own lives, all connected by the strange web of relationships and choices and consequences that made up existence. It was messy and complicated and imperfect, but maybe that was okay. Maybe perfect was overrated anyway. Saturday morning arrived with the kind of perfect Austin weather that made people move to Texas in the first place. 70 degrees, clear blue sky, just enough breeze to keep things comfortable. Xavier woke up in his mom's house feeling more rested than he had in days. His phone showed 9:47 a.m. and a string of notifications. Most were from the group chat with his siblings. Vivian sending memes about hackers. Griffin asking if Xavier wanted to play video games later. One was from his dad. Board meeting tonight at 7 p.m. They'll vote on the scholarship proposal. Thought you'd want to know. Xavier typed back, can I be there? The response came quickly. No, adults only, but I'll tell you what happens right after. Xavier felt a mix of relief and disappointment. He wanted to know what would happen, but he also didn't want to sit through another tense meeting with school administrators. He got dressed and headed downstairs. His mom was in the kitchen, drinking coffee and reading something on her tablet. Morning, sleepyhead, she said without looking up. It's not even 10. For a teenager on a Saturday, that's practically dawn. She set down her tablet. I'm making pancakes. Want some? Always. While his mom cooked, Xavier checked his other messages. One from Lily, still on for 2 p.m. at the library. Definitely, Xavier replied. 20 minutes later, they were sitting at the kitchen table eating pancakes when Justine's phone rang. She glanced at the screen and her expression changed. "It's Principal Chen," she said, surprised. "Why would she be calling me on a Saturday?" "Answer it," Xavier urged. Justine put it on speaker. "Hello. Mrs. Musk, this is Margaret Chen from Hawthorne Academy. I hope I'm not calling at a bad time." "Not at all. What can I do for you?" "I wanted to give you an update on the situation with Xavier. The school board is meeting tonight to formally vote on Mr. Musk's scholarship proposal and several related policy changes." Elon mentioned that. What he may not have mentioned is that several board members have asked to speak with Xavier before the vote. They want to hear directly from him about his motivations, what he learned, and his perspective on the scholarship policies. Xavier's eyes went wide. His mom looked at him with raised eyebrows. "When would this conversation happen?" Justine asked. "This afternoon, if possible, around 4 o'clock before the evening board meeting. It would be informal, just Xavier and 3 board members in a conference room. No parents, no administrators. They want him to speak freely." "I'm not sure that's appropriate," Justine said carefully. "He's 13. Having him face board members without parental support seems—" "I want to do it," Xavier interrupted. His mom covered the phone's microphone. "Xavier, you don't have to." "I know, but I want to. They should hear my side. And maybe," he paused, thinking, "maybe I can help them understand why the policies need to change." Justine studied his face for a long moment, then uncovered the microphone. "Principal Chen, Xavier says he's willing to meet with the board members, but I have conditions." "Of course." "The meeting happens at a neutral location, not at the school. I want the names of the board members who will be present, and Xavier can end the conversation at any time if he feels uncomfortable." All very reasonable. The board chair suggested meeting at the Austin Public Library, the central branch downtown. Would that work? Xavier nodded enthusiastically. The library felt safe, comfortable. He'd spent so many hours there. "That works," Justine said. "Text me the details and the board members' names. We'll be there." After the call ended, Justine looked at Xavier seriously. "Are you sure about this? You don't owe them anything." "I know. But Mom, this is bigger than just me now. If I can help them understand why students like Lily need different policies, then maybe something good comes from all this mess." "When did you get so mature?" Justine asked, but she was smiling. "Probably around the time I got expelled for hacking." Dark humor, also mature. At 3:45 p.m., Xavier and his mom walked into the Austin Central Library. The building was one of Xavier's favorite places in the city, modern, open, filled with light and books and the quiet hum of people reading and studying. A woman in her 60s approached them in the lobby. She had short gray hair and wore a blazer with jeans, professional but approachable. "You must be Xavier," she said, extending her hand. "I'm Carol Winters, chair of the Hawthorne Academy School Board." "Thank you for coming." Xavier shook her hand. "This is my mom, Justine." "Mrs. Musk, thank you for allowing this. I know it's unusual, but we felt it was important to hear Xavier's perspective directly." Carol gestured toward a hallway. "We've reserved a study room on the second floor. 2 other board members are already there, David Chen, no relation to our principal, and Patricia Acaffer. They're both parents of current students." "I'll wait down here," Justine said, squeezing Xavier's shoulder. "Text me if you need me for anything." "I will." Xavier followed Carol upstairs to a small conference room with glass walls. Inside, 2 people sat at a table, a Chinese-American man in his 40s wearing a polo shirt, and a black woman about the same age in a colorful dress. "Xavier, this is David and Patricia," Carol said as they all sat down. "We want to start by thanking you for being willing to talk to us. We know this has been a difficult week." "It has," Xavier admitted. Patricia leaned forward slightly. "We've read the reports about what happened, but reports don't always tell the full story. We'd like to hear your version in your own words. Why did you do what you did?" Xavier took a breath. This was it, his chance to explain, to make them understand. "I have a friend named Lily Martinez," he began. "She's one of the hardest working people I've ever met. She stays after school for extra help. She studies during lunch. She volunteers on weekends. She's incredibly talented at art and design. She wants to be an architect." The board members listened without interrupting. But she was failing computer science. Not because she wasn't trying, but because that's just not how her brain works. She's a visual, creative thinker. Asking her to code is like asking me to paint a masterpiece. We're just wired differently. "We all have subjects we struggle with," David said. "That's part of education." "I know. But here's the thing. One C+ in that class would have dropped her GPA just enough to lose her scholarship. Her whole scholarship, worth like $35,000, gone because of one class that has nothing to do with her career goals." "The scholarship requirements are clearly stated," Carol said, "but not unkindly. Students and families agree to them when they accept the award." "But they're not fair." Xavier's voice rose slightly. "Lily's family are refugees from Venezuela. They came here with nothing. Her parents work minimum wage jobs even though they were professionals back home. The scholarship is the only reason she can attend Hawthorne. And you're telling me that all her hard work, all her talent, all her potential, that should be erased because she's not good at one specific subject?" Patricia nodded slowly. "I hear your frustration. But Xavier, you didn't address this through proper channels. You could have talked to teachers, counselors, the scholarship committee. Why did you go straight to hacking?" Xavier looked down at his hands. "Because I didn't think anyone would listen. Lily had already tried talking to Mr. Harper about extra credit. She'd already met with the scholarship coordinator about exceptions. Everyone just said, 'Those are the rules.' So I thought. The rules were the problem, and if I could just fix this one thing, Lily would be okay." "But you weren't just fixing it for Lily," David pointed out. "You changed 5 students' grades. Did you know all their stories?" "No," Xavier admitted. "I changed the others to make it less obvious it was just for Lily. I thought that would be smarter, but it wasn't. It was actually worse because I made decisions about their grades without knowing anything about them." "What made you realize that was wrong?" Carol asked. Xavier thought about his conversations with his dad, with Lily, with his mom. "My dad helped me understand that I was trying to control people's situations instead of helping them, that I took away their agency, their power to make their own choices about how to handle their problems. Even with good intentions, that was wrong." "And what about the law?" Patricia asked. "You broke the law, Xavier. Unauthorized access to a computer system is a federal crime." "I know, and I'm not trying to make excuses for that. What I did was illegal and I should face consequences." Xavier met her eyes directly. "But I think the law exists to protect people, not to protect unfair systems. When a system is hurting people who don't deserve it, shouldn't we change the system?" "That's a convenient argument when you're the one who broke the law," David said. "Maybe. But it's still true. Your scholarship policy, the one that says one grade in one class can eliminate everything, that policy hurts students. It especially hurts students from poor families who can't afford private school without scholarships. Students like Lily, who work twice as hard as everyone else but still struggle with certain subjects. Carol was taking notes. So what would you propose instead? If you could design the scholarship criteria, what would they be? Xavier hadn't expected to be asked for solutions. He thought for a moment. I'd look at the whole student. Their overall GPA, yeah, but also their character, their work ethic, their contributions to the school community. If someone volunteers every week, helps other students, and maintains a B average, that should count for more than someone with an A average who doesn't do anything else. Holistic evaluation, Patricia said, nodding. That's actually what Mr. Musk proposed with the new scholarships. My dad's smart about this stuff. He thinks about systems and how to improve them. Xavier paused. I guess I tried to do the same thing, but in a really dumb way. All three board members smiled slightly at that. Xavier, Carol said, can I ask you something personal? Sure. Do you regret what you did? Xavier considered this carefully. It was the question everyone kept asking, and he still wasn't sure of the answer. I regret breaking the law. I regret violating Mr. Harper's trust. I regret getting expelled and causing problems for my family and for Lily. He took a breath. But I don't regret caring about Lily's situation. I don't regret wanting to fix an unfair system. I just regret the method I chose. That's an honest answer, David said. It's the only answer I have. If I say I regret everything, that's a lie. If I say I regret nothing, that's also a lie. The truth is messy and complicated, but it's the truth. Patricia exchanged glances with the other board members. Xavier, I want you to know that what you've said today, the way you've articulated the problems with our current policies, that's going to influence our vote tonight. Really? Really? You've helped us see the student perspective in a way that reports and statistics can't capture. Carol closed her notebook. We can't condone what you did. The expulsion stands, and you'll face legal consequences through the juvenile justice system, though I suspect they'll be minimal given your age and lack of prior record. Xavier's stomach tightened. He hadn't really thought about legal consequences beyond the school stuff. But, Carol continued, you've also shown us that our policies need examination, that sometimes the rules we create with good intentions have unintended harmful effects. Does that mean you'll vote yes on the new scholarships? Xavier asked. I can't speak for the whole board, but you've given me a lot to think about. Carol stood up and the others followed. Thank you for your honesty, Xavier. That took courage. They all shook hands and Xavier left the room feeling strange. Not quite hopeful, not quite worried, just uncertain about what would happen next. His mom was waiting downstairs, reading a book. When she saw Xavier, she immediately stood. How did it go? I think, okay, maybe, I don't know. Xavier slumped into the chair next to her. They listened at least, but I don't know if it'll change anything. You did what you could. That's all anyone can ask. Xavier checked the time, 4:35 p.m. He still had time to meet Lily at 2 p.m. Wait, no. He'd completely lost track of time. It was almost 5 p.m. now. He grabbed his phone and saw 3 texts from Lily. I'm here at the library. Where are you? Xavier, everything okay? I'm heading home. Let me know if you still want to meet tomorrow instead. Oh no, Xavier groaned. I was supposed to meet Lily at 2. I completely forgot because of the board meeting. Call her now. Explain what happened. Xavier called and Lily answered on the second ring. Hey, I was worried about you. I'm so sorry. Principal Chen called this morning and asked if I could meet with some board members before tonight's vote, and it totally slipped my mind that we had plans. It's okay, that's actually really important. How did it go? I think okay. I'm not sure. They asked a lot of questions about why I did what I did and what I think the policies should be. That's good, right? They're actually listening. Maybe we'll find out tonight when they vote. Xavier paused. Can we reschedule tomorrow afternoon? Sure, same time, same place. Perfect. And Lily, thanks for being understanding. Xavier, you got expelled trying to help me. The least I can do is be patient when you're late. After he hung up, Justine put her arm around his shoulders. Come on, let's get dinner and go home. You've had enough stress for one day. They went to Xavier's favorite burger place, a local spot that made incredible sweet potato fries. Over burgers and milkshakes, they talked about everything except schools and scholarships and board meetings. His mom told him about the book she was working on, a novel about a family navigating divorce. Xavier told her about a coding project he'd been working on before everything fell apart. It felt normal, good, like maybe life could return to some version of regular eventually. At 7:45 p.m., Xavier was back at his mom's house, supposedly doing homework but actually just refreshing his phone every 30 seconds. The board meeting had started at 7. How long did these things take? At 8:17 p.m., his dad called. Xavier answered immediately. What happened? The vote passed, unanimously. Xavier felt his heart lift. Really, all of them voted yes. All of them. They're implementing the new scholarship criteria, funding the 5 additional scholarships, and creating a student advisory committee to review school policies on an ongoing basis. They want you on that committee, by the way. Even though I'm not a student there anymore. They said your perspective as someone who challenged their policies is valuable. You join via video conference for meetings. Xavier couldn't believe it, so Lily keeps her scholarship. She gets a new scholarship with better criteria, yeah, and 5 other students will get opportunities they wouldn't have had otherwise. What about the legal stuff? Mrs. Winters mentioned something about juvenile justice. Elon's voice became more serious. The school isn't pressing charges. They're treating it as an educational matter rather than a criminal one. You'll have to do community service, probably something related to cybersecurity education, but no criminal record. Xavier felt relief wash over him. That's good, that's really good. It is. But you need to understand how lucky you are. This could have gone very differently. If the school had wanted to make an example of you, if I hadn't had resources to hire lawyers, if Lily hadn't changed her grade back and shown her integrity, any of those factors could have changed everything. I know, Dad, I really do know. Good, because next time. There won't be a next time. Next time, Elon continued as if Xavier hadn't spoken, you talk to me first, or your mom, or any trusted adult, before you make decisions that could destroy your future. I promise. Okay, get some sleep. We'll talk more tomorrow. After hanging up, Xavier sat on his bed processing everything. The board had voted yes. Lily would be okay. 5 more students would get scholarships. The school was changing its policies. It had worked. Not the way he'd planned. He was still expelled, still facing consequences, but it had worked. His phone buzzed. A text from Lily. Xavier, my mom just got a call from Principal Chen. I'm getting the new scholarship. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Xavier smiled and typed back, you earned it. See you tomorrow at 2. Can't wait. And Xavier, I think you're kind of amazing, in a completely insane way, but still amazing. Xavier laughed out loud. That was probably the best description anyone had ever given him. He was amazing in a completely insane way. He could live with that. Sunday afternoon, Xavier arrived at the Austin Central Library 15 minutes early. He'd been too anxious to sit at home, so he'd convinced his mom to drop him off ahead of time. The library was busier than usual, families with kids at the children's section, college students camped out with laptops, elderly people reading newspapers in the comfortable chairs. Xavier found an empty table near the windows overlooking the Colorado River and set up his laptop. He'd spent the morning preparing. He'd created a simple PowerPoint presentation covering the basics of computer science, what coding actually was, why it mattered, how to think logically about problems. He'd also put together some practice exercises that would help Lily understand databases and SQL, the stuff she'd been struggling with in Mr. Harper's class. At exactly 2:00 p.m., Lily walked in. She was wearing jeans and a t-shirt with an architecture blueprint design on it. When she saw Xavier, her face broke into a huge smile. "Hey," she said, sliding into the chair across from him. "You're actually on time today." "I set like 6 alarms," Xavier admitted. "I wasn't going to mess this up twice." Lily laughed and pulled out her own laptop and a notebook. "Okay, so where do we start? Because I have to be honest, computer science still makes my brain hurt." "That's normal. It's basically learning a new language. Your brain has to build new pathways for thinking logically in the way computers need." Xavier opened his PowerPoint. "But here's the thing, you already think logically. You do it when you design buildings." "How is designing buildings logical?" "You have to think about structure, right? Like, if you put a wall here, what does it support? If you remove a support beam, what happens? That's the same kind of thinking as coding. If I write this line of code, what does it affect? If I delete this function, what breaks?" Lily's eyes lit up. "Oh, I never thought about it that way." For the next hour, Xavier walked Lily through the basics. He used architecture metaphors for everything. Databases were like filing cabinets in a building. Queries were like asking specific questions about what was in those cabinets. And SQL commands were like instructions to a contractor. Lily took notes furiously, asking questions that actually made sense now that she had a framework for understanding. "Okay, so if select is like asking, show me all the rooms on the 3rd floor, then where is like adding, but only the ones with windows?" Lily asked. "Exactly, you're getting it." "I'm getting it." Lily looked genuinely excited. "Xavier, why couldn't Mr. Harper explain it like this?" "Because he's been doing it so long, he forgot what it's like to not understand. He speaks fluent computer essay. You needed a translator." They worked through several practice problems. Lily got most of them right after a little guidance. When she struggled, Xavier didn't just give her the answer. He asked her questions that led her to figure it out herself. "This is so much better than class," Lily said during a break. They'd gone downstairs to get water from the fountain. "I actually understand what I'm doing instead of just memorizing commands and hoping I use them right." "That's because you're learning the concepts, not just the syntax. Once you understand the why, the how makes more sense." They were heading back to their table when a woman's voice called out, "Xavier! Xavier Musk!" Xavier turned. A woman in her 30s approached them holding a toddler's hand. She had kind eyes and a warm smile. "I'm sorry to interrupt," she said, "but I recognized you from the news coverage. I'm Sarah Mitchell. My son Diego just got one of the Maria Hernandez scholarships." Xavier's eyes widened. Diego, he remembered that name from his dad's announcement. "Oh, that's great." "It's more than great. It's life-changing." Sarah's eyes got watery. "Diego is on the autism spectrum. Most private schools won't take him, or they require us to pay for extra support that we can't afford. But Hawthorne is accepting him with full support included in the scholarship. He starts in January." "That's amazing," Lily said softly. "I wanted to thank you," Sarah continued, looking at Xavier. "I know you got expelled for what you did. I know it cost you a lot. But what you did, it started something. It made the school look at students like Diego, like my son, who deserve chances but don't fit into neat boxes. Xavier felt his throat get tight. I just, I was trying to help someone. I didn't mean to start anything. But you did, and families like mine are going to benefit from your courage. Sarah squeezed his shoulder. Thank you, truly. After she walked away, Xavier and Lily stood in silence for a moment. That was intense, Lily finally said. Yeah. Do you feel weird? Like people thanking you for something you got in trouble for? So weird. Like I did something wrong, I broke the law, but now people are saying it was brave. Xavier shook his head. I don't know how to feel about it. Maybe it's both, Lily suggested. Maybe you did something wrong that led to something right. Those things can exist together. They went back to their table and worked for another hour. By the end, Lily had completed all the practice exercises and was actually enjoying herself. I might actually pass Mr. Harper's final exam, she said, packing up her stuff. Not with an A or anything, but maybe a solid B. That would be amazing. And honestly, a B that you earned through hard work and understanding is worth way more than a changed grade you didn't earn. Lily smiled at him. You've learned a lot this week, haven't you? About a million things, most of them the hard way. They walked out of the library together. The sun was starting to set, casting golden light across the river. People were running on the trail, kayaking on the water, walking their dogs. Normal Sunday activities in Austin. Xavier, Lily said as they reached the parking lot. Can I ask you something personal? Sure. Why me? I mean, there are probably lots of students at Hawthorne with problems. Why did my situation make you do something so drastic? Xavier had been asking himself the same question all week. I don't know exactly. Maybe because when I saw you crying in the library, you reminded me of something my dad once told me. He said the worst feeling in the world isn't failing, it's not being allowed to try. And you were trying so hard, working so hard, and the system was still going to make you fail. That just felt unbearably unfair. It was unfair, but that's life sometimes. Maybe it doesn't have to be. Maybe when we see unfair things, we should try to fix them. Just, legally next time. Lily laughed, definitely legally. A beat-up Honda Civic pulled into the parking lot, Lily's mom coming to pick her up. That's my ride, Lily said. Same time next week. Absolutely. We'll keep working until you feel completely confident with the material. Thanks, Xavier, for everything. Not just the tutoring, though that's amazing, but for caring enough to try to help, even when you did it in the world's stupidest way. You're welcome, I think. Lily started to walk away, then turned back. Oh, and Xavier, you're going to be okay. Whatever school you end up at, whatever happens next, you're going to be okay. You're one of the good ones. Xavier watched her get in the car and drive away. His mom's text came a moment later. Out front whenever you're ready. As Xavier walked to meet her, he noticed a man sitting on a bench near the library entrance. He was wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap, but something about him looked familiar. The man stood up as Xavier approached. It was Elon. Dad, what are you doing here? Waiting for you. I had a meeting nearby and thought I'd save your mom the drive. Elon gestured toward his Tesla parked at the curb. How was the tutoring session? Good, really good, actually. Lily's getting it now. They got in the car. Elon didn't start driving immediately. He just sat there, hands on the steering wheel, staring straight ahead. Dad, you okay? I saw you talking to that woman, Sarah Mitchell. You were watching us. I was sitting in the car, waiting. She came up to you, and I could see the conversation through the window. Elon finally looked at Xavier. Do you know what she told me 3 weeks ago? What? She called my office, somehow got through to my assistant and begged for help. She explained about Diego, about his autism, about how no private school would take him with the support he needed. She asked if there was anything I could do. Xavier waited. I told her no. I said I don't get involved in individual school admissions, that it would be unfair to other families, that I couldn't make exceptions. Elon's voice was tight. And then you got expelled, and I used that situation to create scholarships that helped kids exactly like Diego. I did what she asked, but only because it served my purpose of teaching you a lesson and helping Lily. So, that's good, right? Diego got the scholarship. But I only did it when it was convenient for me, when it aligned with my own goals. That woman called me for help and I said no. You saw someone who needed help and you said yes, even though you did it wrong. Xavier didn't know what to say. I've been thinking about that all weekend, Elon continued. About the difference between being strategic and being human. I'm very good at strategy. I'm not always good at humanity. Dad, you help people all the time. You're building electric cars to save the planet. You're trying to make space travel possible. That's pretty human. Those are big, abstract goals. Save humanity as a species. Sure, I'm working on it. But help one kid with autism get into a good school. That was too small, too individual, too inconvenient. Elon finally started the car. You taught me something this week. You reminded me that the big problems are made up of millions of small problems. And sometimes the most important thing you can do is help one person, even if it doesn't scale, even if it doesn't fit into a grand strategy. Are you saying I was right to hack the school? No, you were absolutely wrong to hack the school, but you were right to care enough to try. I just wish you'd cared enough to do it the right way. They drove in silence for a while. Xavier watched the Austin scenery pass by, the familiar streets, the restaurants and shops, the city he'd grown to love. Dad, Xavier asked, do you think I'll ever stop feeling guilty about getting expelled? Probably not completely. Big mistakes tend to stay with us, but the guilt will fade and the lessons will remain. That's how growth works. I learned a lot of lessons this week. Good, let's hope you don't need to learn any more the hard way for a while. They pulled into the driveway. Before getting out, Elon said, by the way, I had dinner with Principal Chen last night, after the board meeting. Really, why? Because I wanted to discuss something. I've convinced her to let you give a presentation to the whole school about cybersecurity, ethics, and the consequences of hacking. Xavier's stomach dropped. What? In front of everyone? Not everyone at once. Different assemblies for different grade levels. But yes, you'll present to the entire Hawthorne student body over the next month. But I'm expelled. Why would I do that? Because it's part of your community service, and because those students need to hear from someone their own age about how easy it is to make a mistake that changes everything. Elon's expression was serious. This isn't punishment, it's opportunity. You get to turn your mistake into a lesson that might prevent other kids from making similar choices. Xavier wanted to argue, but he knew his dad was right. When's the first one? Next Friday, middle school assembly. Great. So I have 1 week to prepare to humiliate myself in front of hundreds of people. It's not humiliation, it's education. There's a difference. Tell that to my anxiety. Elon smiled slightly. You'll be fine, you're a Musk. We don't crumble under pressure. We launch rockets under pressure. Pretty sure giving a speech is harder than launching rockets. Spoken like someone who's never actually launched a rocket. They went inside together. Xavier's siblings were scattered around the living room, Vivian doing homework, Griffin playing video games. Little X building something with blocks. Xavier's home, Griffin announced. Did you rob any more schools this weekend? Griffin, I swear. What, too soon? Way too soon. Despite everything, Xavier found himself laughing. His family was weird and chaotic and sometimes annoying, but they were his. They'd stuck by him through the worst week of his life. That night, lying in bed, Xavier thought about everything that had happened. The expulsion, the board meeting, the scholarships, Sarah Mitchell thanking him, his dad admitting he'd learned something. It was all so messy and complicated. There were no clean endings, no perfect resolutions. Just people trying their best and sometimes failing and hopefully learning from it. His phone buzzed. A text from Lily. I worked through 3 more practice problems on my own tonight. I think I actually love SQL now. Is that weird? Xavier smiled in the dark. Totally weird, but also awesome. Keep going. You're a good teacher. Thanks for being patient with me. You're a good student. Thanks for not giving up on computer science. I won't give up, I promise. Xavier set his phone down and closed his eyes. Tomorrow he'd start preparing for that presentation. Tomorrow he'd continue figuring out which school to attend. Tomorrow he'd keep working through the consequences of his choices. But tonight, he'd just be grateful. Grateful for second chances. Grateful for friends like Lily who saw the best in him even when he messed up. Grateful for a dad who was brilliant but also human enough to admit when he learned something from his kid. Grateful for a mom who loved him unconditionally. Grateful for siblings who teased him but had his back. And grateful that despite everything, the expulsion, the shame, the uncertainty, he was still himself. Maybe a slightly wiser version of himself, but still himself. And that was enough. The week leading up to Xavier's first presentation felt like the longest of his life. Every day he worked on his speech, revising it over and over. He practiced in front of the mirror, in front of his siblings, in front of his mom. Each time it felt wrong, too preachy, or too apologetic, or too casual. By Thursday night, Xavier was a mess of nerves. You're overthinking it, Vivian said, watching him pace around his room for the 100th time. Just talk like a normal person. Tell them what happened and what you learned. That's it. But what if they laugh at me? What if they think I'm just some spoiled rich kid who got caught and is trying to make himself look good? Then they're idiots and their opinion doesn't matter. Vivian grabbed his shoulders, forcing him to stop pacing. X, listen to me. You made a mistake. You're owning it. That takes guts. Anyone who can't respect that isn't worth worrying about. When did you get so wise? I've always been wise. You just never listened to me. Xavier smiled despite his anxiety. Thanks, V. That's what twins are for. Now go to sleep. You need to not look like a zombie tomorrow. But Xavier barely slept. He lay in bed running through his speech in his head, changing words, adding points, removing sections. By the time his alarm went off at 6:30 a.m., he felt exhausted and wired at the same time. His dad drove him to Hawthorne Academy. Neither of them spoke much during the drive. Xavier stared out the window, watching the familiar route to the school he no longer attended. Nervous? Elon finally asked as they pulled into the parking lot. Terrified. Good, being nervous means you care. If you didn't care, the presentation would be meaningless. They walked into the building together. It felt surreal being back. Everything looked the same, but Xavier felt like a visitor now, not a student. Mrs. Rodriguez greeted them warmly in the office. Xavier, it's good to see you. Principal Chen is waiting in the auditorium. The middle school students are gathering now. Xavier's stomach flipped. This was really happening. The auditorium was exactly as he remembered, rows of seats sloping down toward a stage, dark blue curtains, the Hawthorne Academy crest on the wall. Students filed in, talking and laughing, completely unaware of why they'd been called to an assembly. Principal Chen stood near the stage, talking with Vice Principal Reeves. When she saw Xavier, she walked over. "Xavier, thank you for doing this. I know it's not easy." "Is it too late to run away?" Xavier tried to joke. "Much too late." But Principal Chen smiled kindly. "You're going to do fine, just speak from the heart. These students need to hear your story." Xavier sat in the front row with his dad while the students settled in. He could hear whispers, could feel people staring. Everyone knew who he was, who his dad was. And after this week, everyone knew what he'd done. Once the auditorium was full, Principal Chen walked onto the stage and approached the microphone. "Good morning, everyone. I know you're wondering why we've called this assembly. Today, we're going to hear from someone who was recently a student here at Hawthorne, Xavier Musk. He's going to share his experience about a serious mistake he made, the consequences he faced, and the lessons he learned. I expect you all to listen respectfully." She gestured for Xavier to come up. His legs felt like jelly as he climbed the steps to the stage. The auditorium lights were bright, making it hard to see individual faces. Maybe that was better. Xavier stood at the microphone, his prepared notes in his shaking hands. He looked down at them, then out at the sea of students, then back at his notes. Then he folded the notes and put them in his pocket. "Hi," he said, his voice cracking slightly. "I'm Xavier. Some of you know me. Most of you know about me, that I'm Elon Musk's son, that I got expelled last week for hacking the school computer system. That's why I'm here, to talk about the dumbest thing I've ever done." A few students laughed nervously. Xavier took a breath and continued. "3 weeks ago, I had a friend who was crying in the library. She told me she was going to lose her scholarship because of one bad grade, and I thought, that's not fair. She works harder than anyone. She deserves better, so I decided to fix it." Xavier explained what he'd done step by step. He didn't sugarcoat it or make excuses. He told them about finding Mr. Harper's password, about logging into the system, about changing 5 students' grades. "I thought I was being smart. I thought I was helping. But really I was being an idiot." More nervous laughter. "Because here's what I didn't think about: consequences." Xavier talked about getting caught, about his father coming to the school, about being expelled. He talked about how Lily had changed her own grade back because she didn't want to succeed based on a lie. "That's when I realized something," Xavier said. "I thought I was being brave by helping my friend, but she was actually the brave one. She gave up her scholarship to maintain her integrity. All I did was break the law and hope I didn't get caught. That's not bravery, that's stupidity." The auditorium was completely silent now. Everyone was listening. "So here's what I learned and what I want you to understand. First, good intentions don't excuse bad actions. I meant well. I genuinely wanted to help someone who needed it, but that doesn't make hacking okay. It doesn't make breaking the law okay. Intent matters, but it's not everything." Xavier looked at his dad in the front row. Elon nodded slightly. "Second, there are always other options. I jumped straight to the easiest solution for me: use my computer skills to fix the problem quickly. But I could have offered to tutor my friend. I could have talked to teachers about alternative assessments. I could have asked my parents for help. I could have organized other students to petition for policy changes. I had so many legal options, but I didn't even consider them because they seemed harder or slower." A hand went up in the middle section. Principal Chen nodded, and a 7th-grade girl stood up. "But what if you had done all those things and they still didn't work? What if the system really was unfair and nobody would listen?" Xavier appreciated the question. "That's a fair point. And honestly, if I'd tried everything legal and it still didn't work, I'd have to accept that some problems don't have quick fixes. Sometimes unfair things exist, and we have to work slowly to change them over time. My dad taught me that real change doesn't happen overnight. It happens through consistent effort, strategic thinking, and working within systems while also pushing them to improve." Another hand, a boy this time. But didn't your hacking actually lead to good changes? The school changed their scholarship policies because of what you did. Yeah, it did. And that's the complicated part. Xavier paused, trying to find the right words. I did something wrong that led to something right. But that doesn't mean the wrong thing was actually right, if that makes sense. The ends don't always justify the means. I got lucky that this worked out, but it could have destroyed my life. I could have criminal charges on my record. I could have made everything worse for my friend. The fact that it ended okay doesn't mean it was okay to do. More questions followed. Students asked about cybersecurity, about his relationship with his famous father, about what school he'd attend next. Xavier answered honestly, even when the answers were uncomfortable. Finally, Principal Chen stepped forward. We have time for one more question. A girl in the back row stood up. Xavier recognized her, Jennifer, one of the students whose grades he'd changed without permission. Xavier, did you ever think about us? The other students whose grades you changed. How it made us feel to have someone mess with our records without asking. Xavier had been dreading this question. Honestly, no, not until after I got caught. I was so focused on helping Lily that I didn't think about how my actions affected you. And I'm sorry for that. I took away your agency, your right to handle your own situations your own way. That was wrong, and I apologize. Jennifer nodded and sat down. She didn't look angry, just thoughtful. Okay, Xavier said, looking out at the audience. I want to end with this. I'm not here because I'm some hero who stood up to an unfair system. I'm here because I'm a 13-year-old kid who made a huge mistake and is trying to take responsibility for it. I'm telling you this story not to inspire you to break rules, but to show you what happens when you do. To show you that there are always consequences, even when your heart is in the right place. Xavier's voice got stronger as he reached his conclusion. If you see something unfair, speak up, organize, advocate, use your voice, your creativity, your persistence. Change takes time, but legal change actually lasts. What I did, it could have been undone in seconds if the school had wanted to. But the policy changes they're making now, those will help students for years to come. That's real change. He stepped back from the microphone. For a moment there was silence. Then one person started clapping, then another. Within seconds the entire auditorium was applauding. Xavier felt his eyes get wet. He blinked rapidly, not wanting to cry in front of hundreds of people. He nodded his thanks and walked off the stage. Principal Chen met him at the bottom of the steps. That was excellent, Xavier, truly excellent. Thanks, I was so nervous I thought I might throw up. You didn't show it. You were poised and honest, and exactly what these students needed to hear. As the students filed out of the auditorium, several stopped to talk to Xavier. Some thanked him for being honest. Some asked more questions about coding and cybersecurity. A few just wanted to shake his hand. Jennifer approached last. Hey, Xavier. Hey, thanks for asking that question. It was a good one. I needed to know if you'd thought about us, about the people who weren't part of your plan. Jennifer paused. For what it's worth, my grade getting changed actually caused me problems. My parents saw it and thought I'd cheated. We had this huge fight until the school explained what really happened. Xavier felt his stomach sink. I'm so sorry. I never meant to cause problems for anyone else. I know. That's why I'm telling you, not to make you feel worse, but to make sure you really understand that actions have ripples. You can't control where they spread. I understand now. I really do. Jennifer nodded and walked away. Xavier watched her go, feeling the weight of his choices all over again. Elon appeared at his elbow, ready to go. Yeah, that was exhausting. In the car, they sat in silence for a few minutes. Finally, Elon said, I'm proud of you. Xavier looked at his dad in surprise. Really? Really? What you did up there, being vulnerable, taking responsibility, answering hard questions honestly, that took real courage. It didn't feel courageous. It felt terrifying. That's what courage is, doing the hard thing even when you're scared. Elon pulled out of the parking lot. You know what the best part was? What? When that girl asked if the ends justified the means and you said no, you refused to take the easy out. You could have said, well, it all worked out so it was okay. But you didn't. You held yourself accountable for the action itself, not just the outcome. I learned that from you. The whole week, you kept saying that good intentions don't excuse bad methods. And you actually listened. That's rare for a teenager. They drove for a while in comfortable silence. Xavier felt lighter than he had in days. The presentation was done. He'd faced hundreds of students and told his story, and he'd survived. "Dad," Xavier asked as they approached home. "Yeah. Do you think people will remember me for this? Like, years from now, will I just be that kid who got expelled for hacking?" Elon thought about this carefully. Some people will, but most people will forget. In 5 years, there will be new students at Hawthorne who never heard of you. And the people who do remember, they'll remember the lessons more than the mistake. I hope so. Trust me, I've made plenty of public mistakes. Failed rocket launches, bad business decisions, Twitter controversies. People remember for a while, then they move on to the next thing. What matters is what you do after the mistake, how you grow from it. They pulled into the driveway. Before getting out, Xavier said, "Thanks for coming with me today. I don't think I could have done it without knowing you were there." "You could have, but I'm glad you didn't have to." Elon squeezed Xavier's shoulder. "Come on, your mom's inside. She made your favorite cookies to celebrate surviving your first presentation." "How did she know I'd survive?" "Because you're her son, and Musks don't give up even when things are hard." Inside, the smell of fresh chocolate chip cookies filled the house. Xavier's siblings bombarded him with questions about the presentation. His mom hugged him tight and told him she was proud. And for the first time since this whole mess started, Xavier felt like maybe, just maybe, everything would actually be okay. He'd made a huge mistake. He'd faced serious consequences. But he'd also learned and grown and come out the other side stronger. That was enough. More than enough. October 2024. Exactly 1 year since the day that changed everything. Xavier stood in front of his new school, Westlake Academy, watching students stream through the doors. He'd been here for almost a year now, and it finally felt like home. Not the same as Hawthorne, nothing would ever be quite the same, but good. Different good. His phone buzzed. A text from Lily. "Happy anniversary of the worst best decision you ever made. Coffee after school." Xavier smiled and typed back, "Definitely, the usual place. Where else? See you at 4. Inside, Xavier navigated the familiar hallways to his locker. His friend Marcus, not the Marcus from Hawthorne, a different one, was waiting there. "Yo, Xavier, you ready for the computer science competition next month?" "As ready as I'll ever be. You finished the algorithm for the search function?" "Almost. Want to work on it at lunch?" "Can't today, but tomorrow for sure." Xavier had joined Westlake's competitive programming team in January. At first, he'd been nervous that his expulsion would make people see him differently. But the team captain, a senior named Rachel, had just shrugged and said, "Everyone makes mistakes. Can you code or not?" When Xavier proved he could, that was all that mattered. In his first period English class, Xavier's teacher, Mr. Patterson, handed back essays. Xavier had written about ethical decision-making in technology, a topic he knew a lot about now. "Excellent work, Xavier," Mr. Patterson said quietly as he placed the paper on Xavier's desk. "You have a real talent for examining complex moral questions." Xavier looked at the grade, A+. The comment at the bottom read, "Your personal experience adds authenticity to your analysis. Well done." A year ago, Xavier would have felt proud of an A+ and moved on. Now he felt something deeper, gratitude that his mistakes had taught him enough to write about them meaningfully. At lunch, Xavier sat with his new friend group, Marcus, two girls named Priya and Emma, and a quiet kid named James who was brilliant at math. They talked about normal stuff, weekend plans, the upcoming school dance, a TV show they were all watching. It felt normal. Blessedly, wonderfully normal. But Xavier's mind kept drifting to a year ago. The phone call from the principal. His dad's face when he walked into that office. The fear and shame and uncertainty. "Xavier, Earth to Xavier." Emma waved her hand in front of his face. "Sorry, what?" "I asked if you're going to the dance. Like 3 times." "Oh, maybe, I don't know." Priya grinned. "He's thinking about Lily again." Xavier felt his face flush. "I am not." "You totally are. You get this specific look when you think about her." "There's no look." "There's definitely a look," Marcus confirmed. Xavier had told his friends about Lily months ago, about the whole hacking situation, the expulsion, everything. They'd been shocked at first, then fascinated, then ultimately accepting. Everyone had baggage. His was just more dramatic than most. After school, Xavier drove himself to the coffee shop. He'd gotten his learner's permit in July and was practicing whenever possible. The driving itself wasn't hard. The parallel parking was killing him. Lily was already there, sitting at their usual table by the window with 2 iced coffees waiting. She looked different than a year ago, more confident, her hair longer, wearing a college t-shirt from a summer architecture program she'd attended. "Hey," she said, standing to hug him. "Happy terrible decision day." "Is that what we're calling it?" "I think it's better than the day Xavier became a criminal." They sat down and Lily pulled out her laptop. "Okay, so I have to show you something. Remember that affordable housing design I was working on? The one with the community gardens built into the structure?" "Yes, I submitted it to a national competition, and," she turned the laptop to show him an email, "I won 3rd place. There's a cash prize and everything." Xavier's face broke into a huge grin. "Lily, that's amazing. Congratulations." "I couldn't have done it without you." "Well, I could have, but it would have been harder. You teaching me computer science helped me learn CAD software way faster. Everything built on those foundations." "You did the work. I just explained some concepts." "You did way more than that." Lily took a sip of her coffee. "You know what's weird? A year ago I thought my life was over. No scholarship, no Hawthorne, no future. And now, I have a better scholarship, I'm winning design competitions, and MIT sent me a recruitment letter." "MIT? Lily, that's incredible." "It's just a recruitment letter. Everyone gets them. But still, it's MIT." She grinned. "My guidance counselor says I have a real shot at getting in if I keep my grades up." "You'll get in, I know you will." They talked for a while about school, about college plans, about life. Lily told him about her little brother Carlos, who was doing much better with his asthma now that they had good health insurance. Xavier told her about his competition team, about how he was thinking of studying computer science and ethics in college. "That's perfect for you," Lily said. "You understand both sides, the technical and the moral. That's rare." "I learned it the hard way." The best lessons usually are. Eventually, their conversation turned to the scholarships, the Maria Hernandez scholarships that had started because of Xavier's mistake. "Did you hear about the new recipients?" Lily asked. "They announced them last week." "I saw 5 more students getting full rides. That's 30 students total now over the past year. 30 students who might not have had a chance otherwise." Lily looked at him seriously. Xavier, I know you still feel guilty about what you did, but you have to see the good that came from it too. I'm trying. It's just hard to balance. Like, yes, good things happen, but I still broke the law. I still did something wrong. You did, and you faced consequences. And you learned. And now 30 students have opportunities they wouldn't have had. All of those things are true at the same time. Xavier nodded slowly. My therapist says the same thing, that I need to accept the complexity instead of trying to make it simple. You're seeing a therapist? Yeah, since March. My mom insisted. She said processing everything that happened required professional help. Xavier shrugged. She was right. It's actually been really helpful. That's good. That's really healthy. They finished their coffees and walked outside. The October weather was perfect, warm but not hot, the way Austin falls always were. Want to walk for a bit? Lily asked. I don't have to be home for another hour. They walked along the nearby trail, past joggers and dog walkers and people enjoying the afternoon. Xavier had walked this trail dozens of times over the past year, usually alone with his thoughts. Having Lily there made it better. Can I ask you something? Xavier said. Sure. Do you ever regret it, changing your grade back? You could have kept the original scholarship. Nobody would have known. Lily was quiet for a moment. No, I don't regret it, because every time I succeed now, every A, every competition win, every college recruitment letter, I know I earned it. There's no voice in my head saying, but what if you didn't deserve this? I know I deserve it because I worked for it honestly. That's a good way to think about it. What about you? Do you regret hacking the system? Xavier had thought about this question constantly for the past year. I regret the method. I regret breaking the law and violating trust, but I don't regret caring about your situation. I don't regret wanting to fix something unfair. I just wish I'd done it differently. That's growth. A year ago, you probably would have said you regretted everything or regretted nothing. Now you can hold both truths. They reached a bench overlooking a small pond and sat down. Ducks paddled around, and a family nearby was feeding them bread despite the sign that said not to. Do you know what the best part of this past year has been? Lily asked. What? Our friendship. Before all this happened, we were just casual school friends. But going through this together, you getting expelled for trying to help me changing the grade back, both of us learning hard lessons, it made us real friends. Like, actual close friends. Xavier felt his face warm. Yeah, it did. So I guess in a weird way, I'm grateful it happened. Not grateful you got expelled, that part sucked. But grateful for what came after, for who we became. Me too. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the ducks and the people and the afternoon sunlight sparkling on the water. Xavier thought about everything that had changed in a year. New school, new friends, new perspective on life. But some things hadn't changed. His family was still chaotic and loving. His dad was still working insane hours trying to save the world. His mom was still the emotional anchor who kept everyone grounded. And Lily was still the person who reminded him why he'd cared enough to make that terrible decision in the first place. Xavier, Lily said softly. Yeah. Thank you for everything. I know I've said it before, but I mean it. You changed my life. You changed mine too. Lily smiled and stood up, offering her hand to pull him up from the bench. Come on, I should get home, but same time next week. We still have to prep you for that programming competition. You're helping me now. I thought I was supposed to be your tutor. That's what real friends do. We help each other. Xavier drove home as the sun started to set, painting the Austin sky in shades of orange and pink. His phone buzzed at a stoplight, a text from his dad. "Family dinner tonight, everyone's coming. Your mom too. 6:30. That was unusual. His parents usually didn't do joint dinners unless it was someone's birthday or a major holiday. Xavier texted back, "What's the occasion? Does there need to be one? Just family." At home, Xavier found organized chaos. His dad was attempting to cook, always a dangerous proposition. Vivian and Griffin were setting the table. Little X was drawing on a tablet, and his mom, Justine, was supervising the cooking with barely concealed amusement. "Elon, you're going to burn the garlic," she said. "I am not burning the garlic. I have perfect timing." "You literally burned it last time you made pasta." "That was a one-time incident." Xavier laughed and joined his siblings at the table. "What's going on? Why the family dinner?" "No idea," Griffin said. "Dad just said to be here." When everyone was seated and the slightly burnt pasta was served, Elon cleared his throat. "So, I wanted to gather everyone together because we have something to celebrate." "Is someone getting married?" Vivian asked. "Please tell me someone's getting married. I want to be a bridesmaid." "No one's getting married," Elon said dryly. "It's about Xavier." Everyone turned to look at Xavier, who suddenly felt very self-conscious. "A year ago," Elon continued, "Xavier made a mistake that led to his expulsion. It was a difficult time for our family. But over the past year, I've watched him handle the consequences with maturity and grace. He's given presentations about cybersecurity to hundreds of students. He's served on the scholarship committee. He's excelled at his new school. And most importantly, he's grown." Xavier felt his throat tighten. "So I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge that growth. To tell you, X, that I'm proud of the young man you're becoming. Not despite the mistake, but including it. The mistake is part of your story now, and you're writing the next chapters well." "Hear, hear," Justine said, raising her water glass. "To Xavier, who proved that making mistakes doesn't define you, how you respond to them does." Everyone clinked glasses. Xavier blinked back tears, overwhelmed by the unexpected recognition. "Also," Elon added with a slight smile, "I wanted to tell you that Principal Chen called me yesterday. They want you to give one more presentation at Hawthorne. A where are they now kind of thing. Showing students that life goes on after mistakes." Xavier groaned. "Do I have to?" "You don't have to do anything. But I think it would be powerful, showing those kids that a year after your worst day, you're thriving." "I'll think about it." After dinner, while his siblings played video games and his parents talked in the kitchen, Xavier stepped outside onto the back porch. The night was cool and clear, stars visible despite the city lights. His phone buzzed. Another text from Lily. "Hey, I forgot to tell you earlier. My mom wants to invite your family over for dinner next month. She wants to cook Venezuelan food for you all. Says it's time we properly thanked everyone." Xavier smiled and typed back, "That sounds amazing. Let me check with my dad, but I'm sure we'd love to come." "Good, fair warning. My mom cooks enough food to feed an army. You will not leave hungry." "Looking forward to it." Xavier put his phone away and looked up at the stars. Somewhere up there, eventually, humans would build colonies on Mars. His dad's big dream. And maybe Xavier would be part of that somehow, designing the computer systems or networks that would connect people across planets. But that was the future. Right now, Xavier was just a 14-year-old kid standing in his backyard, thinking about how much can change in a year. A year ago, he'd thought one bad decision would ruin his life forever. Instead, it had taught him lessons he couldn't have learned any other way, about consequences and responsibility, about the difference between helping and controlling, about how complexity and nuance were more real than simple right and wrong. Most importantly, it had taught him that mistakes didn't have to be endings. They could be beginnings of growth, of wisdom, of becoming someone better than you were before. The back door opened. His dad stepped out onto the porch. "You okay out here?" Elon asked. "Yeah. Just thinking about about how weird it is that getting expelled was somehow one of the best things that ever happened to me. Not because I'm glad it happened, but because of who I became after." Elon nodded, understanding. That's the thing about failures. The ones that don't destroy you make you stronger. Not in some cheesy motivational poster way, but in a real, practical way. You learn things from this experience that successful people never learn. Like what? Like humility, like the limits of your own knowledge, like the importance of asking for help before you act. Those lessons usually only come through failure. They stood in silence for a moment, father and son both looking at the stars. "Dad," Xavier said, "thanks for not giving up on me, for standing by me even when I did something really stupid. I told you before, you're my son. I could never give up on you." Elon put his arm around Xavier's shoulders. "Besides, you reminded me of something important this year. You reminded me why all the work I do matters. It's not about Mars or electric cars in the abstract. It's about creating a world where kids like Lily get chances they deserve, where people like Sarah Mitchell's son can get the education they need, where one mistake doesn't define someone's entire future." That's a pretty good reminder. It was, so thank you for teaching your old man some lessons too. They went back inside together. Xavier's siblings had started a heated Mario Kart tournament. His mom was challenging little X to a coloring contest. It was loud and chaotic and imperfect. It was home, and it was exactly where Xavier was supposed to be. Monday morning started like any other. Xavier grabbed his backpack, said goodbye to his dad, and drove to Westlake. The programming competition was in 3 weeks, and he wanted to get to the computer lab early to practice. But when he walked into school, something felt off. Students were staring at him more than usual, whispering, pointing. Some smiled at him, others just looked curious. Marcus ran up to him in the hallway. "Dude, have you seen it?" "Seen what?" "The video. It's everywhere, like everywhere, everywhere." Xavier's stomach dropped. "What video?" Marcus pulled out his phone and showed him. It was a TikTok post from someone named at Austin Teen News with over 2 million views. The caption read, "Elon Musk's son got expelled for hacking his school to help a refugee student keep her scholarship. This is what happened next." Xavier watched in horror as the video played. It showed clips from security footage of him and his dad at Hawthorne last year, walking into the building, sitting in the waiting room. Then it cut to photos of him giving his presentation to students, followed by pictures of the Maria Hernandez scholarship recipients. The voiceover explained the whole story. Xavier hacking the system, getting expelled, his dad negotiating the new scholarships, the policy changes at Hawthorne. But it framed everything as this heartwarming story about a kid who sacrificed everything to help his friend. "Where did this even come from?" Xavier asked, his hands shaking. "Someone at Hawthorne must have posted it. It went viral over the weekend. It's all over Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, everywhere." Xavier scrolled through the comments, thousands of them. "This kid is a legend." Imagine having Elon Musk as your dad and still caring about normal people's problems. The school should have given him a medal, not expelled him. Breaking the law is still breaking the law, people. But he did it for the right reasons. That's what matters. Rich kid thinks rules don't apply to him. Surprise, surprise. Xavier felt sick. This was exactly what he'd feared. His mistake becoming entertainment, his story reduced to a viral video that people would argue about in comment sections. "Are you okay?" Marcus asked. "You look kind of pale." I need to sit down. They went to an empty classroom. Xavier sat at a desk trying to process what was happening. His phone was buzzing non-stop texts, notifications, social media mentions. He turned it off completely. For what it's worth, Marcus said, most of the comments are positive. People think what you did was brave. It wasn't brave. It was stupid. And now millions of people are watching and judging and having opinions about something they don't understand. Welcome to the internet. Xavier spent the rest of the day in a daze. Teachers had clearly seen the video too. Some looked at him with sympathy, others with curiosity. In computer science class, his teacher, Mr. Rodriguez, pulled him aside. "I saw the video," Mr. Rodriguez said quietly. "Are you doing okay?" "Not really." "I can imagine. Having your worst moment broadcast to millions of strangers isn't easy." Mr. Rodriguez paused. "For what it's worth, I think you've handled everything with remarkable maturity. The presentations, the accountability, the growth, that's what people should focus on." "But they won't. They're going to focus on the hacking, or on my dad being rich, or on whatever narrative fits their worldview." "Probably, but Xavier, you can't control what other people think or say. You can only control how you respond." At lunch, Xavier's usual table was surrounded by students he barely knew, all wanting to talk about the video. He pushed past them and found an empty spot in the corner of the cafeteria. Priya and Emma found him there. They didn't say anything, just sat down on either side of him, creating a buffer between Xavier and the staring students. "Thanks," Xavier mumbled. "That's what friends do," Priya said simply. His phone was still off, but Emma's buzzed. She looked at it and her eyes widened. "Xavier, you need to see this." "I really don't want to see anything else today." "No, you do. It's from Lily." Emma showed him her phone. Lily had posted a video response on TikTok, and it was already getting hundreds of thousands of views. In the video, Lily sat in her room looking directly at the camera. "Hi, I'm Lily Martinez. I'm the refugee student that viral video is about, and I need to set some things straight." Xavier watched, holding his breath. "First, Xavier didn't hack the school for me. He did it without telling me. I had no idea until after it happened. Second, when I found out, I changed my grade back because I didn't want to succeed based on a lie. Third, Xavier got expelled and faced real consequences for what he did." Lily's expression was fierce. But here's what that video doesn't show. Xavier didn't just make one mistake and walk away. He spent a year taking responsibility. He gave presentations to students about ethics and consequences. He served on committees to help create better scholarship policies. He turned his mistake into something that helped 30 other students get opportunities they deserved. She leaned closer to the camera. "So yes, what Xavier did was wrong. He broke the law, but he also cared enough about another person's future to risk his own. And then he spent a year making it right. That's not a viral video moment. That's real character. And I'm proud to call him my friend." The video ended. Xavier felt tears in his eyes. "She's got over 500,000 views already," Emma said. "And the comments are even better than on the original video." Xavier turned his phone back on. Among the hundreds of notifications was a text from Lily. "Sorry I didn't ask before posting, but I couldn't let people think you were either a hero or a villain. You're just human. Everyone needs to understand that." Xavier typed back with shaking fingers. "Thank you for seeing me clearly, for defending me without excusing what I did, for being the best friend anyone could ask for. Always, now ignore the internet and go live your life. That's what really matters." But ignoring the internet proved harder than Lily suggested. By the end of the school day, Xavier had been tagged in over 1,000 posts. News websites had picked up the story. Someone had created a meme with his face and the caption, "Good guy hacker." When Xavier got home, his dad was already there, unusual for a Monday afternoon. He was sitting at the kitchen table with his laptop, scrolling through something. "I saw the video," Elon said without preamble. "Everyone saw the video. How are you handling it?" Xavier dropped his backpack and slumped into a chair. "I hate it. I hate that my worst moment is entertainment for millions of people. I hate that they're arguing about me like I'm not a real person. I hate that some people think I'm a hero and others think I'm a spoiled rich kid, and nobody sees the actual complicated truth." Elon closed his laptop. "Welcome to my life." "What?" "Xavier, everything I do gets turned into viral content. Every business decision, every tweet, every interview, millions of people watching and judging and having opinions. It's exhausting and invasive and sometimes infuriating." "How do you deal with it?" "Not always well," Elon admitted. "But I've learned a few things. First, you have to accept that you can't control the narrative. People will create whatever story fits their biases. Second, the attention will fade. In a week, there'll be some new viral story and everyone will forget about you. Third, the only opinions that actually matter are from people who know you." "But what if this follows me forever? What if colleges see it, future employers? Then they'll see that you made a mistake at 13, took responsibility and grew from it. Any decent college or employer will recognize that as a strength, not a weakness." Elon paused. "And if they don't, then you don't want to be at that college or work for that employer anyway." Xavier wanted to believe that, but it was hard. "Dad, people are saying terrible things. That I only avoided jail because you're rich. That I think rules don't apply to me. That I'm using you for influence." "Some of that is probably true." Xavier looked up shocked. "What?" "You did avoid harsher consequences partially because I had resources to hire lawyers and negotiate with the school. That's an uncomfortable truth, but it's a truth. The question is, what do you do with that privilege?" "I don't know." "You use it responsibly. You acknowledge it exists. You work to extend similar opportunities to people who don't have it. That's what the Maria Hernandez scholarships are about, using my wealth to level the playing field for students who don't have wealthy parents to advocate for them." Xavier had never thought about it that way. "So I can't change the fact that I have advantages, but I can try to share those advantages." "Exactly. That's what you've been doing all year, whether you realized it or not. Serving on that scholarship committee, giving presentations, tutoring Lily. You've been using your knowledge and connections to help others." They sat in silence for a moment. Xavier could hear cars passing outside, a neighbor mowing their lawn, normal sounds of a normal Monday. "The video called me Elon Musk's son," Xavier said quietly. "Not Xavier, not even Xavier Musk, just Elon Musk's son." "Does that bother you?" "Yeah, because I want to be known for who I am, not who my dad is." Elon nodded slowly. "That's fair and difficult because you'll always be my son. That's always going to be part of your identity, but it doesn't have to be your entire identity." "How do I make sure it's not?" "By doing things worth being known for. By building your own accomplishments, your own reputation, your own story. Yes, being my son opens doors. But what you do once you walk through those doors, that's all you." Xavier's phone buzzed. He glanced at it, a text from his mom. "Saw the video, coming over. We need to talk about privacy and internet safety. Love you." "Great," Xavier sighed. "Now mom's involved." "Your mother is already involved. She called me 3 times today demanding to know if I knew about the video before it went viral." Elon almost smiled. I may run multiple billion-dollar companies, but your mother is still the most intimidating person I know. Despite everything, Xavier laughed. She is pretty scary when she's protective. Terrifying. I pity anyone who messes with her kids. When Justine arrived 30 minutes later, she immediately pulled Xavier into a hug. Are you okay? Have people been harassing you? Do we need to involve lawyers? Mom, I'm fine. It's just a viral video. It's not just anything. It's your private life being broadcast without your consent. Justine pulled back, her expression fierce. We need to talk about your digital footprint, about privacy settings, about how to protect yourself online. For the next hour, Justine went through every social media account Xavier had, adjusting privacy settings, discussing what information should and shouldn't be public. Elon contributed technical suggestions. Xavier mostly just listened, grateful for parents who cared enough to help him navigate this mess. By the time his mom left, Xavier felt exhausted but slightly better. The video was still out there, still being viewed and shared and commented on. But he had people in his corner. People who saw him clearly, not as a hero or a villain, but as a kid who'd made mistakes and was trying to learn from them. That night, lying in bed, Xavier made a decision. He opened TikTok and recorded his own video. Hi, I'm Xavier. I'm the person that viral video is about. I'm not going to rehash the whole story. You've all seen it by now. I just want to say a few things. He took a breath. What I did was wrong. Breaking into the school computer system, changing grades without permission. That was illegal and violated people's trust. I faced consequences and I deserved them. But I also learned from it. I spent the last year taking responsibility, trying to make things right, and working to turn my mistake into something meaningful. That's the part the viral video doesn't show, the boring, unglamorous work of actually growing and changing. Xavier looked directly at the camera. So if you're watching this and thinking I'm some kind of hero, I'm not. And if you're thinking I'm a villain, I'm not that either. I'm just a 14-year-old kid who made a huge mistake and is trying to be better. That's all. Thanks for listening. He posted it without overthinking and turned off his phone. Whatever happened next, he'd deal with it tomorrow. For now, he was done performing for an audience he'd never meet. For now, he just wanted to be Xavier. Not Elon Musk's son, not the hacker kid, not a viral video moment, just Xavier. And that was exactly who he needed to be. The viral video storm had mostly passed, just like Elon predicted. Sure, Xavier still got recognized occasionally, and his TikTok response video had gotten over 1 million views. But the internet had moved on to the next trending story, something about a celebrity drama that Xavier couldn't be bothered to follow. Life at Westlake had returned to normal. Well, as normal as it could be when you were 2 weeks away from a major programming competition and still tutoring your best friend in computer science twice a week. It was Friday afternoon, and Xavier sat in the Westlake computer lab with his competition team. Rachel, the senior captain, was reviewing their practice scores. Okay, so our algorithm efficiency is solid, but we're still slow on the debugging challenges, Rachel said, tapping her tablet. Xavier, you're our fastest debugger. Can you create some practice problems for the team? Sure, I'll have them ready by Monday. Perfect. And everyone remember, we're competing against some of the best schools in Texas. St. Mark's won last year and they're bringing back their entire team. We need to be sharp. After the meeting ended, Xavier stayed behind to work on the practice problems. He was deep in code when his phone rang. Lily. Hey, what's up? Xavier, can you talk? Like really talk, it's important. Her voice sounded strange, excited and nervous at the same time. Xavier immediately closed his laptop. Of course, what's going on? I got an email today from MIT. Xavier's heart jumped, and They want me to visit campus. They're flying me and my mom out for a weekend, all expenses paid. It's part of their early recruitment program for top prospects. Lily, that's incredible. I know, I can't believe it. MIT, like actual MIT. Lily's voice cracked slightly. Xavier, a year ago I thought I was going to lose my scholarship and end up at an underfunded public school. Now MIT is recruiting me. How is this even real? It's real because you're brilliant and talented and work harder than anyone I know. But none of this would have happened without you, without everything that happened last year. Stop, Xavier interrupted gently. You earned this. Yeah, the scholarships helped, but you're the one who won design competitions. You're the one who aced your classes. You're the one whose architectural designs are incredible. That's all you, Lily. There was a pause. Then Lily said quietly, "Thank you for believing in me even when I didn't believe in myself." That's what friends do. After they hung up, Xavier sat in the empty computer lab feeling a strange mix of emotions. He was genuinely thrilled for Lily. She deserved this opportunity more than anyone. But there was also something else, a small, uncomfortable feeling that he couldn't quite name. Not jealousy exactly. More like awareness. Awareness that Lily's future was taking shape in clear, impressive ways. MIT recruitment, design competition wins, a clear path forward, and Xavier. He had good grades at Westlake, a programming competition coming up, but nothing that felt like a clear direction, nothing that felt as certain as Lily's architectural dreams. His phone buzzed again. A text from his dad. "Can you come to the Tesla office after school? Want to show you something." Xavier packed up his stuff and drove to the Tesla Gigafactory. The massive complex always impressed him. Huge buildings where some of the world's most advanced electric vehicles were designed and built. Security waved him through, familiar with Elon's family. Inside, Xavier found his dad in a conference room with several engineers, looking at a large display showing what appeared to be circuit diagrams. Perfect timing," Elon said, gesturing him over. "We're designing the computer architecture for the next generation of self-driving systems. Want to see?" For the next hour, Xavier watched and listened as the engineers discussed processing power, neural networks, and fail-safe systems. It was fascinating, real-world application of everything he'd been learning in computer science. When the meeting ended and the engineers left, Elon turned to Xavier. "So, what did you think?" "It's incredible, the complexity of making all those systems work together safely. It's like the most complicated puzzle ever." "That's exactly what it is, and we're always looking for people who can think about those puzzles in new ways." Elon paused. "Have you thought about internships for next summer? You'd be 15. A bit young, but I could arrange something here at Tesla or at SpaceX." Xavier hadn't thought about internships. Would people take me seriously, or would they just see me as the boss's kid? Some would see you as the boss's kid no matter what. But the good ones, the engineers who really matter, they'd see your work. They'd judge you on your code, your ideas, your problem solving. The rest is just noise. "I don't know if I want to work at one of your companies, Dad. No offense, but I kind of want to figure out my own path, make my own way." Elon nodded, looking more pleased than offended. "That's a mature perspective. So what does your own path look like?" "I don't know yet. I like coding, but I'm also interested in ethics, in policy, in how technology affects people's lives. I want to do something that matters, but I don't know what yet." "You're 14. You're not supposed to have it all figured out." Lily does. She knows she wants to be an architect. She's already winning competitions and getting recruited by MIT. "And you feel behind." Xavier shrugged. "Kind of. Like everyone else is running forward and I'm still at the starting line trying to decide which direction to go. Elon leaned back in his chair. Can I tell you something? When I was your age, I thought I wanted to be a video game designer. That was my big dream. Make the best video games in the world. Really? Really? I even made a game called Blastar when I was 12 and sold the code to a magazine for $500. I was convinced that was my future. What changed? I realized I was more interested in the big questions. How do we become a spacefaring civilization? How do we solve the climate crisis? How do we make sure AI benefits humanity instead of destroying it? Video games were fun, but they weren't the problems that kept me up at night. Xavier had heard versions of this story before, but never in this context. So you're saying I'll figure out my thing eventually? I'm saying you're already figuring it out. This past year, dealing with the consequences of your actions, serving on scholarship committees, giving presentations about ethics, that's shown you what you care about. You care about fairness, about using technology responsibly, about helping people who need it. That's a direction. X may be not as specific as architect yet, but it's a start. They left the office together as the sun was setting. In the parking lot, Elon stopped before getting in his car. X, I want you to know something. I don't need you to work at my companies. I don't need you to follow in my footsteps. I just need you to find something you care about enough to work hard for. Whatever that is, computers, policy, education, something we haven't even thought of yet, that's fine. As long as it matters to you. Thanks, Dad. And X, you're not behind. You're exactly where you're supposed to be. Stop comparing your timeline to everyone else's. That night, Xavier lay in bed thinking about paths and purposes and futures. His phone buzzed, a text from Lily with a photo attached. She was holding up an MIT recruitment packet, grinning widely. "This is surreal," her message read. "2 weeks until campus visit. I'm freaking out in the best way." Xavier smiled and typed back, "You're going to kill it. MIT doesn't know how lucky they are." Thanks. Hey, when's your programming competition? Next Saturday. I'm coming to watch. Where is it? Lily, it's a programming competition. It's literally people sitting at computers typing. It's boring to watch. I don't care. You came to my design competition presentation. I'm coming to yours. Send me the details. Xavier sent her the information, feeling grateful for a friend who showed up even when things weren't exciting or glamorous. He scrolled through his social media one last time before sleep. The viral video had mostly disappeared from his feeds, replaced by new trends and dramas. A few comments still trickled in, but nothing like the flood from 2 weeks ago. One comment caught his eye, though. It was from Sarah Mitchell, the mom of Diego, one of the scholarship recipients. "My son starts at Hawthorne in January. He's so excited he talks about it every day. Thank you for starting something that changed our family's life. You made a mistake, but you also made a difference. That's what I'll remember." Xavier screenshot the comment and saved it. On the hard days, the days when he felt guilty or behind or uncertain, he'd look at comments like that. Reminders that his mistakes had somehow, impossibly, led to good things. Not because the mistakes were okay, but because he'd worked to make things right afterward. Sunday afternoon, Xavier met Lily at their usual library table. They'd fallen into a comfortable routine, an hour of computer science tutoring, then an hour where Lily showed Xavier her architectural designs and they talked about whatever was on their minds. Today, Lily pulled out her sketchbook. "Okay, so I've been working on something new. It's a design for a community center in East Austin, the area where a lot of immigrant families live. I want it to have meeting spaces, a commercial kitchen for cooking classes, and a rooftop garden." She showed him the sketches. Even to Xavier's untrained eye, they were beautiful, clean lines, thoughtful use of space, a building that looked welcoming rather than institutional. Lily, this is amazing. Have you shown your teachers? Not yet. I want to finish the full proposal first. I'm thinking of submitting it to another competition, this one specifically for sustainable urban design. You should definitely do that. They worked quietly for a while, Lily sketching and Xavier working on debugging practice problems for his team. It was comfortable, easy. No pressure to talk or perform or be anything other than themselves. Xavier, Lily said after a while, not looking up from her sketchbook. Yeah. Do you ever think about what would have happened if you hadn't hacked the school? Like, in an alternate universe where you just offered to tutor me instead. Xavier considered this. Sometimes, in that universe you might have lost your scholarship, or maybe you would have passed Mr. Harper's class on your own, or maybe we would have found some other solution. I don't know. I think about it a lot, Lily admitted, and I always come back to the same thing. I'm glad things happened the way they did. Even though I got expelled. Even though, because it forced everyone, the school, the board, even random people on the internet, to think about whether our systems are fair, whether rules that hurt people should exist just because they're rules. Lily finally looked up. You broke something that needed to be broken. You just did it in the wrong way. My therapist would say that's a very generous interpretation. Your therapist doesn't know you like I do. They continued working until the library started closing at 5 p.m. Walking out together, Xavier felt settled in a way he hadn't in weeks. The viral video stress had faded. The competition was coming but felt manageable. Lily was thriving. Everything was okay, not perfect, not without complications, but okay. And maybe that was enough. Hey, Lily said as they reached the parking lot. Thanks for today, for tutoring me and listening to me ramble about architecture and just being you. Right back at you. See you Saturday, at your competition. You really don't have to come. It's going to be incredibly boring. I'm coming anyway. Friends show up for each other even when it's boring. Xavier watched her drive away, then sat in his car for a moment before starting it. He thought about showing up, about how his dad had shown up at Hawthorne when Xavier got expelled, about how his mom showed up whenever he needed to talk, about how Lily showed up week after week at tutoring sessions and now at his competition. Maybe that was what life was really about. Not grand gestures or viral moments or perfect decisions. Just showing up, being there. Trying your best and making it right when you messed up. Xavier started his car and drove home through the Austin evening. The city lights were coming on, and somewhere in those buildings and houses were all the people whose lives had intersected with his over the past year. Principal Chen, working late at Hawthorne. Sarah Mitchell, probably helping Diego with homework. The 5 new scholarship recipients, studying and dreaming about their futures. And Lily, maybe still sketching her community center design. All of them connected by one mistake and everything that came after. Xavier smiled to himself. Yeah, that was enough, more than enough. Saturday morning arrived with nervous energy. Xavier woke up at 6 a.m., too anxious about the programming competition to sleep any longer. The event started at 9, held at the University of Texas campus in a large lecture hall. He dressed carefully, his Westlake team shirt, comfortable jeans, his lucky sneakers that he'd worn to every practice session. Downstairs, his dad was already awake making coffee. Big day, Elon said. Huge, I'm terrified. Good terrified or bad terrified? Xavier thought about it. Good terrified, I think. Like I'm scared we'll mess up, but I also really want to do this. That's the right kind of fear. It means you care. Elon poured 2 cups of coffee, one for himself, one for Xavier. Want some? Mom says I'm too young for coffee. Your mom isn't here, and it's competition day. One cup won't hurt. Xavier accepted the mug. The coffee was strong and bitter, but it made him feel more adult somehow, ready for the challenge ahead. Dad, can I ask you something? Always. How do you handle it? The pressure of everyone watching, expecting you to succeed. Every rocket launch, every Tesla reveal, millions of people watching and judging. Elon took a long sip of his coffee. Honestly, some days I handle it better than others, but I've learned that the fear of failure is worse than actual failure. Failure is just data. It tells you what doesn't work so you can try something different. The fear of failure, that just paralyzes you. But what if we lose today? What if we're not good enough? Then you lose, you learn from it, and you try again. Elon set down his mug. The competition isn't about winning or losing. It's about testing yourself against hard problems and seeing what you're capable of. The outcome matters less than the effort. That's very philosophical for 6:30 in the morning. I've had 3 cups of coffee. I get philosophical after the third cup. They drove to UT together. The campus was already busy, students walking to Saturday classes, visitors heading to the football stadium for a game later. Xavier's stomach churned with anxiety. Inside the computer science building, teams from 12 different schools were gathering. Xavier found his Westlake teammates in the lobby: Rachel, Marcus, Priya, Emma, and James. Everyone looked nervous but determined. "Okay, team," Rachel said, gathering them in a huddle. "We've practiced hard. We know our stuff. Just stay calm, think clearly, and trust each other. We've got this." They did their team chant, something silly about algorithms and caffeine, and headed into the lecture hall. The setup was impressive. Rows of computers, large screens displaying problems as they'd be released, a countdown clock, and judges' tables at the front. Xavier found his assigned computer station. Next to him, a kid from St. Mark's was already typing something. He looked confident, relaxed. Xavier felt neither of those things. The head judge, a professor from UT, stood at the front with a microphone. "Welcome to the Central Texas High School Programming Competition. You'll have 4 hours to solve as many problems as you can. Problems range from easy to extremely difficult. You'll be judged on correctness, efficiency, and speed. May the best algorithms win." The countdown clock started. 3, 2, 1, begin. Immediately, screens lit up with the first set of problems. Xavier scanned them quickly, categorizing them by difficulty. There were 3 easy problems, 5 medium, and 2 hard ones that looked genuinely challenging. "Marcus, take problem 1, Rachel commanded through their team headsets. "Emma and Priya, problem 2. "James and Xavier, problem 3. "I'll handle 4. Xavier and James huddled over problem 3. It was a path-finding algorithm. Given a maze with weighted paths, find the shortest route from start to finish. Classic, but with some tricky constraints. "I'll code the main algorithm," Xavier said. "You handle input parsing and edge cases." "On it." They worked in focused silence, fingers flying across keyboards. Xavier could hear other teams around them, some arguing about approaches, others working in synchronized quiet. The St. Mark's team next to them had already submitted their first problem. "Don't rush," Rachel reminded them. "Accuracy over speed." 30 minutes in, James and Xavier submitted problem 3. Correct, 1 point for Westlake. Over the next 2 hours, they solved 5 more problems. They were solidly in the middle of the pack, not leading but not falling behind either. The hard problems remained unsolved by everyone. During a brief break at the 2-hour mark, Lily appeared in the audience section. She waved at Xavier, giving him a thumbs up. Despite the pressure, Xavier smiled back. She'd actually come. "Who's that?" Marcus asked. "My friend Lily, the one from the viral video. She came to watch a programming competition. That's dedication." "Yeah, she's pretty great." The second half of the competition was harder. The problems grew more complex, requiring advanced algorithms Xavier had only studied theoretically. But his team worked well together, each person contributing their strengths. With 30 minutes left, only the two hardest problems remained unsolved by any team. Xavier looked at them. One involved complex graph theory. The other required optimizing a scheduling algorithm with multiple constraints. "I think I can get the scheduling one," Xavier said to Rachel. "I've been studying these for weeks." "You have 25 minutes. Can you do it?" "I'm going to try." Xavier dove into the problem, blocking out everything else. The solution required thinking about the problem in layers, not just finding any schedule that worked, but finding the optimal one that minimized waste. He coded furiously, testing edge cases, debugging on the fly. With 5 minutes left, he hit submit. The screen flashed red. Wrong answer. "No, no, no," Xavier muttered, scanning his code for the error. There, a small logic mistake in how he handled overlapping time slots. He fixed it, recompiled, submitted again with 2 minutes remaining. The screen flashed green, correct. "Yes," Xavier shouted, then immediately felt embarrassed. But around him, his team was cheering too. When time expired, the judges tallied the scores. Westlake had solved 7 problems correctly. St. Mark's had solved 8. 2 other schools had solved 7, but with faster times than Westlake. 4th place. Not first. Not even podium. But 4th place out of 12 schools, and they'd solved one of the hardest problems. Rachel gathered the team as results were announced. "I'm proud of us. We competed against some of the best programmers in Texas, and we held our own. 4th place is something to celebrate." Xavier felt a strange mix of disappointment and pride. They hadn't won, but they'd done well, really well. After the awards ceremony, where St. Mark's celebrated their first-place victory, Xavier found Lily waiting outside the building. "You were amazing," she said, hugging him. "I had no idea what was happening, but I could see you all working so hard. And you solved that last problem. Everyone got so excited." "We came in 4th. Out of 12, that's incredible, Xavier." "I guess I just really wanted to win." "But you tried your hardest, right? You gave it everything." "Yeah." "Then that's winning. Maybe not first place winning, but winning where it counts." They walked across campus together. The afternoon was beautiful, sunny, warm, the kind of Texas fall day that made you forget summer had been miserable. "Thanks for coming," Xavier said. "I know it was boring." "It wasn't boring. It was watching my friend do something he's passionate about. That's never boring." They grabbed lunch at a campus food truck, tacos and lemonade, eating on a bench under a sprawling oak tree. Students passed by, caught up in their own lives and dramas and competitions. "Can I tell you something?" Lily asked between bites. "Sure." "A year ago, I couldn't have imagined this. Sitting here with you, both of us doing things we love, both of us okay after everything that happened. It seemed impossible." "A lot can change in a year." "Everything can change." Lily looked at him seriously. "Xavier, you changed my life. Not just with the hacking thing, though that started everything, but by being the kind of person who cares enough to try, even when you do it wrong." "I still feel guilty sometimes. About getting expelled, about the mistakes." "Good, you should feel a little guilty. It means you learned something," Lily smiled. "But you shouldn't let it define you. You're not the kid who got expelled. You're Xavier. You're brilliant and kind and sometimes impulsive and learning to balance all of that. That's who you are." Xavier felt his throat tighten. "How did you get so wise?" "Surviving Venezuela, losing everything and rebuilding. Watching my parents work minimum wage jobs after being professionals. That kind of stuff teaches you what matters and what doesn't." They finished their tacos in comfortable silence. Around them, Campus life continued, students studying on the lawn, a professor leading a tour group, someone playing guitar badly but enthusiastically. MIT campus visit is next weekend, Lily said eventually. I'm so nervous I might throw up. You'll be perfect. Just be yourself. Show them your designs, talk about your vision for sustainable architecture, let them see why you're special. What if I'm not special enough? Then MIT is full of idiots, Xavier grinned. But they're not. They're going to see what I see, someone who's going to change cities and make the world more beautiful and functional. Someone who thinks about housing as a human right, not just buildings. Stop, you're going to make me cry. Too late. Lily laughed through tears, wiping her eyes. You're terrible. Xavier's phone buzzed. A text from his dad. How did it go? I'm at the office but thinking of you. Xavier typed back. 4th place. Solved 7 problems including one of the hardest ones. The response came quickly. Proud of you, that's excellent work. Dinner to celebrate. Sure, can Lily come? Of course. 6 p.m. at home. I'll order from that Thai place you both like. Xavier showed Lily the exchange. Dinner with my family. Fair warning, we're loud and chaotic. Sounds perfect. Way better than going home to an empty apartment. My mom's working a double shift today. Then it's settled. Team Xavier celebration dinner featuring special guest Lily Martinez. That evening, Xavier's house was full of people and noise and life. Vivian interrogated Xavier about the competition. Griffin made jokes about nerds competing at nerd stuff. Little X showed everyone a tower he'd built with blocks. Justine arrived with a cake she'd baked, chocolate with raspberry filling, Xavier's favorite. And Elon, despite being in the middle of some crisis with a SpaceX launch schedule, was fully present. No laptop. No phone calls. Just there asking questions about algorithms and problem-solving strategies and what Xavier had learned. Lily fit into the chaos naturally, laughing at Griffin's jokes and helping little X build an even taller tower and discussing architecture with Justine, who'd always loved design. After dinner, when everyone had scattered to various activities, Xavier found his dad on the back porch. Thanks for dinner, Xavier said. And for asking Lily. She needed this tonight. She's a good kid. You're lucky to have her as a friend. I know. They stood in comfortable silence, looking at the stars appearing in the darkening sky. Somewhere up there was Mars, red and distant and full of possibility. Dad, Xavier asked, do you ever wonder what would have happened if I'd never hacked the school, if I'd handled things differently from the start? Sometimes, but wondering about alternate timelines is pointless. We only get this timeline, these choices, this life. Do you think I made the right choice? Looking back now, with everything that happened, was it worth it? Elon took a long time to answer. That's not a question I can answer for you. Only you know if the lessons you learned and the changes that resulted were worth the cost you paid. I think they were. Not because I'm glad I got expelled, I'm not. But because I learned things I couldn't have learned any other way, about consequences and responsibility and how to actually help people instead of just trying to fix their problems for them. Then it was worth it. Not the mistake itself, but what you did with it afterward. Inside, Xavier could hear Lily laughing at something Vivian said. Could hear little X demanding ice cream. Could hear his mom reminding everyone about bedtime approaching. Normal sounds, family sounds, home sounds. Xavier smiled. A year ago, none of this seemed possible. A year ago, he'd thought one mistake would destroy everything. Instead, it had taught him that mistakes were just chapters, not endings. That growth happened in the space between falling down and standing back up. That life was messy and complicated and never as simple as viral videos made it seem. But it was also full of second chances. Full of people who showed up even when things were boring. full of moments like this, standing on a porch with his dad, knowing he was loved despite his failures. That was enough. That was everything. "Come on," Elon said, heading back inside. "Your mom brought a board game. Apparently, we're having family game night." "Is it Monopoly? Because last time we played Monopoly, everyone ended up fighting." "It's definitely Monopoly. Your mother has a terrible memory." Xavier followed his dad inside, ready for whatever came next. The competition was over. The viral video had faded. The scholarship recipients were thriving, and Xavier was exactly where he was supposed to be, home. 3 months later, January 2025, Xavier stood in front of Hawthorne Academy one last time, but this time it felt different. He wasn't sneaking in as an expelled student or giving presentations as part of his consequences. Today, he was here for the official ceremony celebrating the expansion of the Maria Hernandez Scholarship Program. The program had grown beyond anyone's expectations. What started as 5 scholarships had expanded to 15, funded not just by Elon but by other families who'd been inspired by the story. Today, they were announcing the newest recipients and unveiling a permanent plaque honoring the program's founding. "You ready?" his dad asked from the driver's seat. "As ready as I'll ever be." Inside the auditorium, the space was packed. Current students, parents, board members, and local media filled every seat. Xavier spotted Lily near the front with her mom, both dressed up for the occasion. Sarah Mitchell was there with Diego, who would officially start at Hawthorne next week. The other scholarship recipients, Marcus Johnson, Fatima Al-Rashid, Jamal Torres, Priya Patel, and Diego Reyes from the first group, sat together in a special section. Principal Chen took the podium first. "Good afternoon, everyone. 15 months ago, our school faced a crisis that forced us to examine our values and our policies. A student made a serious mistake, one that had legal and ethical implications. But that mistake also sparked a conversation we needed to have." She paused, looking directly at Xavier. "That student is here today. Xavier Musk, would you please stand?" Xavier's face flushed as he stood. Applause rippled through the audience, not overwhelming but genuine. "Xavier's actions were wrong," Principal Chen continued. "We don't celebrate rule breaking, but we do celebrate what came after: his accountability, his growth, and his continued commitment to helping others through proper channels. He turned his worst moment into a catalyst for positive change." She gestured for Xavier to sit, and he did, grateful to be out of the spotlight. "Today, we're announcing 10 new Maria Hernandez Scholarship recipients," Principal Chen said. "These students come from diverse backgrounds, each with unique challenges and exceptional potential. They represent what this program is truly about, recognizing that greatness comes in many forms, and that one measure of success shouldn't determine someone's entire future." As each new recipient was called forward, Xavier learned their stories. A girl whose father was incarcerated but who volunteered at a legal aid clinic every weekend. A boy with dyslexia who struggled academically but was a gifted musician. A refugee from Syria who spoke 5 languages. Students who'd been overlooked by traditional scholarship metrics but who showed character, resilience, and potential. When all 10 stood on stage, cameras flashed. These weren't just scholarship recipients. They were proof that systems could change, that policies could improve, that one person caring enough could start something larger than themselves. After the ceremony, Xavier found himself surrounded by people wanting to talk. Some thanked him, some asked questions, some just wanted to shake his hand. Camila Martinez approached, pulling Xavier into a hug before he could react. "Mijo, you changed everything for us. Lily, she just got accepted to MIT. Early admission." "She did." Xavier's face broke into a huge smile. "That's amazing." "She wanted to tell you herself, but I couldn't wait." Camilla's eyes were wet. "A year ago, we thought she'd have to leave private school. Now she's going to MIT. Because of you." Not because of me, because of Lily's talent and hard work. Because of both, Camilla said firmly. You started something, she finished it. That's how change works together. Lily appeared then, grinning so widely Xavier thought her face might split. You heard. Your mom might have mentioned it. MIT, Xavier. MIT. Lily grabbed his hands, jumping excitedly. I got the financial aid package this morning. Full ride, tuition, room, board, everything. I'm going to study architecture at MIT. Xavier hugged her, genuinely thrilled. You deserve this, every bit of it. We both know I wouldn't be here without. Stop, Xavier interrupted. You'd have found a way, maybe a different way, but you'd have made it. You're too determined not to. They talked for a while about MIT, about her plans, about the future that had seemed impossible 15 months ago but was now gloriously real. Eventually, Lily was pulled away by other well-wishers, leaving Xavier standing alone near the back of the auditorium. He watched the scene before him, scholarship recipients taking photos with their families, board members discussing program expansion, students congratulating each other. All of this had started because he'd made a terrible decision. But it had grown into something beautiful because people had chosen to focus not on the mistake but on what could be built from it. Quite a turnout, a voice said beside him. Xavier turned to find Vice Principal Reeves, the man who'd wanted stricter punishment 15 months ago. Mr. Reeves. I owe you an apology, Xavier. That was unexpected. For what? When this all happened, I pushed for the harshest consequences possible. I saw you as a privileged kid who thought rules didn't apply to him. I didn't see the bigger picture, that sometimes the rules themselves are the problem. You weren't wrong to want consequences, Xavier said carefully. I broke the law, I violated trust, I deserved punishment. Yes, but I wanted punishment without understanding. I wanted to make an example of you without asking why a good student with no disciplinary history would take such a risk. Reeves extended his hand. You've taught me something about the difference between justice and revenge. Thank you for that. Xavier shook his hand, feeling the weight of genuine respect. As the crowd began to thin, Elon found Xavier. Ready to go. Actually, can we walk around campus first? I haven't been here in a while. They walked the familiar paths, past the computer lab where Xavier had spent so many hours, past the library where Lily had cried about her scholarship, past the administrative office where everything had exploded 15 months ago. How do you feel being back here? Elon asked. Xavier thought about it. Peaceful, actually. This place used to represent my biggest failure. Now it just represents a chapter of my life, an important one but not the only one. They reached the spot where a new plaque had been installed near the main entrance. The Maria HERNANDEZ Scholarship Program established 2023 in recognition that true potential is measured not by a single metric, but by character, perseverance, and the courage to try. Below it, in smaller letters, started by a mistake, sustained by commitment to doing better. They included that last line because of you, Elon said. The board debated it but ultimately decided that acknowledging the program's origins, mistakes, and all was more honest than pretending it had been perfectly planned. Xavier stared at the plaque. His name wasn't on it, which he appreciated. This wasn't about him, but his impact was there, acknowledged in that simple phrase about mistakes and commitment. Dad, Xavier asked, do you think I'll ever stop thinking about that day, the day I got expelled? Probably not. Big moments stick with us, but the weight of it will change. Right now, it's still heavy, still fresh. 10 years from now, it'll just be a story you tell about the time you made a huge mistake and learned from it. I hope so. They walked back to the car in comfortable silence. As they drove away from Hawthorne Academy, Xavier looked back one last time. The building stood solid and unchanged, but everything inside it, the policies, the culture, the way they thought about students had shifted. He'd done that. Not intentionally, not heroically, but undeniably. His mistake had forced conversations that needed to happen. Xavier's phone buzzed. A text from Lily. Group photo, check your messages. He opened his messages to find a picture. All 15 scholarship recipients standing together under the new plaque, smiling and hopeful. Lily had added, "Because of one person's mistake and many people's commitment to fixing it. That's real change." Xavier saved the photo, knowing he'd look at it often. Not to celebrate himself, but to remember what really mattered, not the mistake, but the response to it. Not the falling, but the getting back up. Not the breaking, but the healing that followed. "Where to now?" Elon asked. "Home. Mom's making dinner, and I promised Vivian I'd help her with her computer science homework." "Look at you, teaching instead of hacking." "Progress, right? The best kind." As they drove through Austin, Xavier thought about the past 15 months. Getting expelled, facing consequences, giving presentations, serving on committees, making real friends at a new school, watching Lily thrive, seeing 30 students get opportunities they deserved all along. It had been the hardest year of his life. It had also been one of the most important, because he'd learned something essential. You don't get to choose whether you make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. What you get to choose is what you do afterward, how you take responsibility, how you grow, how you use your worst moments to become a better person. That was the real story. Not Elon Musk's son got expelled, which is how the viral video had framed it. The real story was what came next, the boring, unglamorous work of actually changing and helping others properly. No one made viral videos about that part, but it was the part that actually mattered. Xavier smiled to himself as familiar streets passed by. Somewhere in this city, 30 students were working toward futures that had almost been taken from them. Somewhere, Lily was probably already researching MIT courses and planning her dormitory setup. Somewhere, his mom was cooking dinner, and his siblings were arguing about something silly. Life was messy and complicated, and never as simple as a TikTok video or a news headline made it seem. But it was also full of second chances. Full of growth that happened slowly, invisibly, in the space between mistakes and redemptions. Full of ordinary moments that added up to extraordinary change. Xavier pulled out his phone and opened his notes app. He typed, "Things I've learned over 15 months." Then he began writing. Good intentions don't excuse bad actions, but they're still worth having. The hardest growth happens after the biggest mistakes. Real change takes time, patience, and working within systems while pushing them to improve. Friends who show up when things are boring are the truest friends. You can't save everyone, but you can help the people in front of you. Privilege means you have advantages. What matters is what you do with them. Failure isn't the end. It's just data showing you what needs to change. You're not defined by your worst moment unless you choose to be. Sometimes the bravest thing is being honest, even when it costs you everything. Home isn't a place, it's people who love you despite your failures. Xavier saved the note. Maybe someday he'd show it to someone, a younger sibling who made a mistake, or a friend who needed perspective, or even a future child asking about the time their dad got expelled from school. But for now, it was just for him. A reminder of where he'd been and where he was going. They pulled into the driveway. Through the window, Xavier could see his family moving around inside. Normal life, normal evening, nothing remarkable except that it was theirs. "Thanks, Dad," Xavier said before getting out. "For everything this past year, for showing up, for not giving up on me, for teaching me how to turn mistakes into lessons." Elon looked at him with something that might have been pride or love or just deep understanding. That's what family does. We show up. We stay. We help each other be better than we were yesterday." Xavier nodded, feeling the truth of it settle into his bones. Then he grabbed his backpack and headed inside, ready for dinner and homework and whatever ordinary moments waited. Because that was life, not viral videos or dramatic moments or perfect resolutions, just people trying their best, making mistakes, learning from them, and showing up for each other along the way. And that was more than enough. That was everything. And that was the end of Xavier's story. From a 13-year-old boy who made a terrible mistake to a 19-year-old young man working to make technology more ethical and fair, Xavier's journey reminds us that our worst moments don't define us. What defines us is what we choose to do afterward. The courage to take responsibility, the strength to grow, the commitment to turn our mistakes into lessons that help others. Now, we'd love to hear from you. Where are you listening from? Drop a comment and let us know what city or country you're in. We love connecting with listeners from around the world. If you enjoyed Xavier's story and the powerful lessons about accountability, second chances, and using privilege responsibly, please hit that like button. It helps us reach more people who need to hear stories like this. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel for many more interesting, emotionally engaging stories that inspire, educate, and remind us of our shared humanity. Finally, please share this video with your friends and family. Stories like Xavier's spread kindness, awareness, and understanding. Someone in your life might need to hear that mistakes don't have to be endings, they can be beginnings. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being part of this community. And remember, you're not defined by your worst moment. You're defined by what you do next. Until next time, keep growing, keep learning, and keep being human.